All right, here we go. Microphone. How's it going? What's up, doors? Gonna boot up fusion360 here, so things are gonna get a little slow on the front end. I found out that I gained a lot of weight over COVID. Fantastic! What amazing news! I'm so happy to hear that. I found a picture of me from 2017, and I had cheekbones. I'm gonna have to start losing weight, chat. We're gonna get on that one. I'm gonna attack that one head on. That's why I'm always so annoyed with people who like avoid health news. Gotta attack it head on. I gotta build some new habits now. What are we doing? Fusion. I don't lose and gain weight all that easily. Let's be honest. Now he starts to saying I lost and then I gained and now I'm losing again. Oh, that's nice. Rage raises your heart rate. I don't think I can. Look. The amount of fat in my body right now could probably power a battleship for a couple days, so. RC cars. Got a little bit of work to do with the 3D model for the WL Toys kit to get all the electronics in there now that I've semi-finalized them. Lost because I wasn't eating out, then I started eating out, then I stopped drinking pop. Oh, God. Yeah, I only drink diet sodas, but I've been drinking too much and I've been eating too much, and not moving around. Not moving around being the primary suspect on that one. So I got to start moving around, and I've had the exercise bike set up in the other room, judging me every time I pass by it. But man, the human capacity for ignoring stuff is extreme. It is extreme. And so I have been ignoring my fair duty in at least spending an hour of my day 3 times a week puttering around on the bicycle. I don't even need to go fast. Oh, I'm gonna cough. But yeah, just like changing soda type is not gonna help me because I've always had diet drinks, you know? And there's some instances where it's unavoidable for me to have carbohydrates. I need to actually, I can't do like a ketone diet. I'm not allowed to. And then if I severely limit the amount of carbohydrates, I put myself at kind of risk. So what I need to do is just move around. I just need to get on that damn trainer bike. One of the miscellaneous projects that I have is to try to get this tablet mount, this big trucker tablet mount, to fit on the tube clamp that I have. And if I do that, get that on the tube clamp, then I will have something to put the switch on while I'm exercising. So I can exercise and play video games. Maybe then I won't get bored, which is the big problem. Getting bored is a big issue with me. But I used to do 1 hour on the bike 3 times a week, and I was super fit back then. Of course, I was also on testosterone. And now I've got this high iron condition, which also makes me tired. So I don't know. My doctor was making excuses for me yesterday, and I'm like, please stop. Like, this is my fault. I had a weight machine in the closet for 2 years. Finally set it up during COVID in the first month. I should have done that. I should have done that. You could build all that momentum up for free during lockdown. Now, I have a 16-pound weight, and I know a couple different exercises that I need to do with it, and then I need to get on the bike. That's it. That's it. I was first filming a friend's band this weekend, cool, and my watch complained that my heart was too high. Standing still holding a camera is hard. Yeah, it takes a lot of muscle. You know, shooting guns is similar to that in that you are trying to be as still as possible to line up a shot. That takes a lot of muscle, surprisingly. Maybe my being a little bit more shaky with the surface mount electronics has a little bit to do with my shoulders and arms not being as strong as they could. And then I guess in turn, the fingers will get stronger just holding weights. Yeah, that could have a lot to do with my little bit of shakiness in there. I used to have pretty strong shoulders, so I'm gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back to that. I think working out translates into a lot of the physical stuff that I like to do here. Takes a lot of muscle to get all those headshots on my gaming chair. See, this is the problem. Turts is basically the problem with society as a whole. I think if Turtle Flower no longer existed, we'd all benefit. I'm just messing with Turtle. Anyway. I don't mean in games. I mean actually shooting real guns. Yet here I am. How's it going? What CAD program do I use? I use the generic, I said CAD in the title, but I use fusion360. Why don't you use X program? Because I use fusion360. That's it. Boop, 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 boop. People are gonna ask that a lot today. I kind of left the field open for that. That's okay. I'll try not to get annoyed, or if I do, I'll make it funny. So. It's also the reason I love winter biathlon. It's so much skill to do cardio and then switch to shooting guns. Can you believe those people? Can you believe those fucking neckbeards who learned a little bit of basic target shooting, maybe either read it from the internet or actually maybe even did a little bit of target shooting themselves, and then go and actually comment on an Olympian's technique? Like, holy shit, guys. They were pretty awful to those Olympians who were doing one-handed shooting, and it's like, do you know that they train like daily with this? That CAD with the things that moves the stuff and measures the other things and sometimes has cool colors. And also, well, you forgot to add noise source. That CAD that also has some weird things that you need to deal with, etc. They all pretty much follow all that stuff. What's this? Crimson has something relevant. I like fusion360 as well. I can't figure out how to do some shapes, though trying to reverse engineer a mouse from the 2000s. Yeah, I guess you got to get into glitches, I'm reading other comments and they're bleeding into my unfiltered mouth. Reverse engineering a mouse, a complicated shape, right? If we're looking at a mouse, it's got a pretty complicated set of curves to it, right? And they don't seem to be bound, like with the RC car. With the RC car, the most stuff that I had to go off of were basically circles and tapers. Easy things to reverse engineer in CAD, right? Those are all easy shapes. They come from a two-dimensional drawing, and then they can extrude vertically or horizontally or whatever. That's real nice and easy to do, right? Now, not to say that it's difficult to do, but a lot of these shapes here have been manipulated quite a bit. It's not, I'm not gonna say Blender, no, I'm not gonna say Blender. No. Mesh editing. There's a powerful set of mesh editing tools that exist within Fusion360. And you can, I need to get to learn them. I need to get to know them a little better than I already do. Reverse engineering a mouse is a pretty complicated shape, let's be honest. You can see kind of some of the stuff that they were basing it on. And you know, there's definitely a rectangle there, but like other than that, it's a pretty complicated shape. It's got a lot of nuance to it. Human interface devices are like that. People aren't shaped like geometry, you know? So yeah, this is tough. You need to get a datum point, you need to start measuring stuff out, and then, I don't know, I guess maybe learn meshes. Because I think getting to know mesh editing more will help out with that. Well, okay, all right. All the experts in chat, self-proclaimed experts in chat. There are powerful mesh and surface editing tools in Fusion360. They've got their own type of meshes, and they're more geared towards engineering than creating like a game asset or something like that. Like they're more geared towards like enclosure design. And I haven't gotten into them too much. I'll put that on. I'll put that disclaimer on there. What, T-mesh or something like that? T-spline. Because yeah, you could do engineering kind of designs with the T-splines to get your more organic shapes and stuff like that. And I still have to learn that. I admit that I don't know much about it. That looks like Blender. What is really possible with T-splines? Huh. Yeah, I didn't even know what they were, but it does seem to be like something that would go into, you know, a smooth enclosure design. And I just don't know all the capabilities of them yet, but that said, people do use Blender and Maya and stuff like that in order to create them. I'm not a huge expert on all CADs. I love when I forget a term but start Google search to help me autocomplete. Yeah, I pretty much rely on Google to be my external memory for a lot of stuff. Understand the benefit of doing it in Fusion360 is much easier to make adjustments. For me, it's much easier for me to spin off an STL and print something out too. That's, hey, that your fan. Also to incorporate the PCB design and stuff, which is what we'll get into a little bit today. I don't have tons to do in Fusion, but we can do what I need to do. Get my that's an ear. That's somebody's ear. Is that an ear? What is that? No, that's a pelvis. That's a pelvis and an L4. I don't what's the lower vertebrae. Can I show that on Twitch? That's a pelvis. Crimson, thank you for following. Yeah, I gotta learn how to do this stuff because it looks powerful as hell. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. I'll get there. I'll get there. I just need, you know, the justification for learning it is going to be working on RC car bodies. I'm going to see if I can make a cool body for this thing. Everything missing with printers and permissions is fun on a regular system. Virtualization just adds to it. I wasn't talking about that kind of printer. I mean 3D printer. Nobody wants to talk about that kind of printer. That's just trauma. That's just terrible. Working with those kinds of printers is absolute hell. I don't even have one. I've been using a roommate's. Since I just got my 3D printer, so I've been trying to get more into mechanical design. Typically, I was a concept kind of designer with Maya and using traditional 3D. Ah, see, that's where my role with CAD and Fusion differs entirely. I come at it from the opposite perspective. I'm an electrical engineer who has needed Fusion360 in order to create sort of functional, sort of staple things together kind of prints. And so a lot of my stuff is based in very simple geometries. And a lot of the stuff obviously on this model is copied from other stuff. But I mean, the stuff that I build is like, I need a box for a thing and I want to make it look a little better than just a normal box. So I'll round the edges. That's as far as it goes. It's just incorporating the CAD tool in that helps. But it sounds like the stuff you're doing is a lot more advanced. And mechanical design is you know, it's a thing we all gotta learn, I guess. All the mechanical engineers are like, finally. So I ordered these PCBs. Let me just get the music out of here. Let's just like start the stream. I got enough stuff to take up a day. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I don't want to do the second part of this on camera, but I can, and so that's what I'll do. I'll do, I've got a set of night vision goggles from a friend, and I'm repairing them because they got destroyed. They've had a tough time, and they got sort of rocketed off of a porch, and a lot of the plastic cracked. I did some repairs to it, but they're not quite there yet, so I'd like to take another look at them, which may require me to disassemble more of it. I don't want to have to order parts because they're so expensive. But the first part of it is obviously just the RC car stuff, because I've actually ordered the circuit board for it. I've finished this design. I have absolutely no idea whether or not it works, but I have a relative confidence in my work, in the schematic, in the testing that we did in order to get this thing up and running. Some areas could be a little tighter than others. I've got a lot of room on the board, actually, for traces and stuff like that. The user interface stuff is probably a little bit clunky, but manageable. If I really feel like it someday, I could twist that IC and then maybe fit that switch in up here, up front and center, where you can actually reach it. Other than that, I mean, it's out of the way. It should be fine to use. It's just you have to observe these LEDs in order to put it into the programming mode. And I've included text, which is going to be covered up by the by the actual modules, by the radio module and stuff, but I have included the text that tells you how to get through the programming sequence that I've programmed in. So if I change the software, this thing is going to be wrong. Oh, well, whatever, you know, you take what you can get. But that's where I am with this. I've ordered the PCBs, and I actually opted for matte black. I know matte black isn't really going to go with the DOS micro radios, and you can tell I was actually planning on going with a red PCB for this, because I think that would look cool. I decided to go matte black. It was like $20 more for the 5 boards. Actually, like $10 more for the 5 boards, but I decided to splurge. It's only money. I've got a lot of parts on back order for this thing, though. That little housing for the servo connector is not in stock anywhere, and so lead time's probably 2 to 3 weeks on it. Well, it's the matte black is the special color. The other ones are just $5 for 5 boards, which is a ludicrously inexpensive price. Shipping is, of course, like $20, so that's the rough part. But they make a good board, and so I'm just going with that. Their matte black is a different color. It's a little bit more expensive. Only money. I decided to spend 1.6K for the 6900 XT. You gotta let me know how that is. Let me know how that is when you get that thing running, like, because everybody hears AMD and they go drivers, problems. You got driver problem, driver problems. So I want to hear if you actually have any driver problems. Can you pick any usual PCB color? Yeah. Black, white, yellow, red, green, blue. Those are all normal price. Matte black is more expensive. I went with the more expensive because I wanted to have a fancy PCB, and I decided to try this out. You know, you can pinch pennies all day, every day. $10 is $10. I could get a beer for that much, and my health would fully dwindle at that point. So, you know, whatever. I have 4 3090s. Why do you have 4 3090s? Why would you admit this? I have a 5700 XT. That's what Schmid currently has. And yes, there are driver problems. I wish AMD would fix that, because I'm sick of hearing about it. I'm sick of hearing about it. Not that I don't want to hear it. You know, obviously bad. I don't shy from bad news. I just have to grit my teeth. Oh, I see. You're using them for 3D development. That's what all the 3090s are for. They paid for themselves by the end of the month. Well, we're on a GTX 970. Woo! Look at the 3D rendering capabilities of the GTX 970. Hey, wow, this is the future. All right, here's what we're going to do with this model. What I need to do is get the circuit board and its daughter modules in here without blowing everything up. And we can actually try to make a matte black surface out of this thing. It doesn't look like when you import it with a canvas, it doesn't look like it adds light reflection to the board itself. So if we just make this into a black PCB, it'll probably be a close enough approximation to what's there. Right now, this is coming in as a canvas. Let me open up the files for it, and hopefully it doesn't tank my computer. Let's see. These, when you open these up, it opens up a shitload of stuff at once, and the software tends to not enjoy it too much. I can show you the view of the PCB a little better. Look at all the space they give you on the all these extra windows are like crushing any workspace that I have. Okay, so the schematic we're not worried about. All this stuff is locked in, by the way. This is the version that I ordered. There are no corrections at this point. And so there's a potential, while working on it today, that as I'm zooming around this drawing and looking at all the different facets of what I have created, there's a very distinct possibility that I look at this and go, oh, I should have done that differently. And then I'm just shit out of luck. Or, oh, that's wrong. I can't change that now. I've ordered these boards. They're on the way. There's nothing I can do to change that. Now, there are some, you know, obviously bodge wires being what they are. I could make some corrections to this. But again, I've ordered the board. It's on the way. I've spent $40 on it. That's it. We're done. At least until we have enough problems that there is a third version of the board. So until a third version is necessary, I would say 3 or 4 major changes to this thing, 3 or 4 trace changes would permit me to order another board. If it's just one thing that's wired a little bit wrong, I can just rip up the trace and put a bodge wire in and call it a day. There's a limit, you know? There's a certain limit to it. But yeah, so I did a little bit on the text here. I added hold program at power to calibrate. Press program when ready. 1, neutral, forward and reverse flash. 2, full forward, forward flashes. 3, full reverse, reverse flashes. 4, radio off, forward and brake flash. Yeah, this is a PCB that I designed within fusion360, and I based some of the parameters on the DOS Micro gyro board and the DOS Micro 8-channel radio. And I know there's a module that puts both of those into one. I just simply did not design around that. Both modules into one, don't have that. This is a motor controller board that is actually based on the DOS Micro motor controller, but that could only handle 5 amps. This is an H-bridge motor controller that can handle the more powerful dash motors that Tamiya has to offer. Do you do Etsy? I don't. I don't currently have an Etsy. I'm not sure whether or not I can sell this. I don't think I can. First of all, because I designed it using an educational license with fusion360. Second of all, because this is based on another product. I basically reverse engineered the DOS Micro 8-channel radio. Sorry, DOS Micro motor control, H-bridge motor controller. It's a very small board. That said, I think there are enough fundamental differences in this that I don't know if it's necessary to say that I copied the DOS Micro motor controller, because this is an H-bridge motor controller, what is controlled by an RC signal, and I've added an entire programming parameter to it. So, as well as inventing my own ways to handle neutral and full throttle, stuff like that. And I don't think I implemented it in the program at the moment, but there's also Cayman filtering inside of this thing too. So I don't know if that really if I could really say that I directly copied the DOS Micro. This design came from that, obviously, from observing that and to a degree reverse engineering it. So I don't know. I think there's a huge future for micro RC stuff. There's a lot of fun stuff with micro RC. I'm not sure about its future. I don't know what the state of the hobby is as I was getting into it. This is a 1/28 scale kit. There's a lot of like weird parts. There's not a lot of the original kit left over on this thing, by the way. This is a heavily modified DOS Micro, sorry, not DOS Micro, heavily modified WL Toys 989 kit. The reason I love this is because of the size. If you have a hardwood floor, like in your kitchen or in like a common room of your apartment or something, this is large enough that you can have some fun drifting around with it. And it's got enough suspension dynamics and stuff to make it a little bit relevant. Things change on a smaller scale, right? You can't quite do sway bars and stuff. You kind of can get away with sway bars with these things. But like the mechanical engineering stuff kind of changes, right, as you scale down. In this case, the motor and the battery are far more than adequate to power this car to be completely undrivable if you want it to. I put a 3-phase motor in there for the benefit of giving it a shitload of power, and it will just go really, really fast until it smashes into something and breaks the A-arm. That's fine. Or you can put an undersized motor in it and tune it and make it handle really nicely and drive really well. And actually, the 3-phase motor, to be honest, would probably be pretty good because you'd have better control over the speed versus an H-bridge. H-bridge, you're just giving pulses. I mean, I guess that's true of anything. In the H-bridge, it's a little bit more, it's a less granular. In the 3-phase motor, you're at least guiding it through the phases in order to make it go slow with a lot of torque. I don't know, and maybe they're more efficient, but this is just what we landed on, and so I did an incredible amount of work with this. The other part of this is that I wanted to learn more about getting parts into Fusion, making a big assembly drawing with all the stuff in it, etc., etc. I had various random bits and parts designed in Fusion. I wanted to bring it all together into one design. Yeah, these are brushed motors, brushed DC motors, and they run from an H-bridge, which can provide braking, forward and reverse. You could probably have reverse braking too if you were a masochist, but I don't have enough channels to really do that in the radio. Actually, I do have enough channels to do that in the radio. But anyway. Yeah, there are size comparable brushlesses. There's a fellow on YouTube who does videos about 128 scales, and he just came out with one that was detailing one of these micro 3-phase motors that can go in there. But I'm not doing that with this model. These are also metal truck wheels from a different WL Toys kit, but they're compatible. Of course, I replaced the differentials. Basically, the only things that remain from the original kit are the front bumper. If you notice that I start with the front bumper because so much of this has changed. Front bumper, the servo saver, the housings for the differentials, the screws, the battery holder. This is getting changed. All the servo stuff is getting changed. Servo's getting changed with a ridiculously too expensive servo. Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Everything else has been replaced with Amazon and eBay parts. So just for anybody who's like, oh, I could get into this hobby, you can. Unfortunately, to get it past these sort of like janky initial kit stages, there's a lot of little things that need to be done. It's unfortunate. I'm actually going through the same thing with a friend of mine who bought the same car as my car, only it's a couple years later, and it's not a station wagon. He basically has the same car, and so I have to bring him through all of the little things that I've done to my car. Don't bring up pop punk from the year 2000. All that small thing. Okay, no. I basically had to bring my friend through that whole process of the little nickel and dime kind of things that you have to do to the car in order to make it feel modern and fun. Like, remember, we had a whole stream where I did LED headlights for my car, and we actually sat here and color matched the lenses so that they look like halogens. That's the kind of stuff that I got to bring my friend through now. I don't think he's replacing headlights, but yeah, all that stuff. Man. No, the big pop punk story that I have is starting out at Drexel 10,000 years ago when I went to college. I'm like old, right? Haas 0312 is actually real. I did not know that. Thank you for that information. I'm 1,000 years old. I'm 1,001 years old, all right? So when I went to Drexel University back before they had like 7 new buildings, they had student like orientation videos, right? That we all got together in an auditorium and watched these orientation videos. And what they did is they left it to early 2000s college students who would eventually make their way onto YouTube, edit a bunch of videos for orientation, and they made us watch them all back to back because the Drexel had a fledgling digital media program. That song, it just takes some time, little bit of everything, 4 times in a row. 4 times in a row, 4 separate videos. What an intro to college. All right, anyway, back to the circuit board. What are we doing? So one of the things that I wanted to cover with you guys, those who have been following this project, those who are locked in and like, cool, yeah, I want to watch somebody else build an RC car. That's great. I'm not judging you, but I am judging you. Those people who are actually interested in what I do. It's ridiculous. So what I've done in the render settings when I create the 3D model, visceral wince from that song. Try 4 times in a row, and they use the song end to end, nose to tail editing. They use the whole song in their stupid "Welcome to College, It's Okay, Don't Worry About Anything" video. Oh God. My friends and I were like, we have to leave. we have to get out of here, the cringe. These are lethal levels. When you switch to the 3D circuit board in Fusion360, boy, these little anecdotes are just like right in the middle of like my quote-unquote lesson plan. It's just one thing that I want to impart to you guys, is that when you go to render the 3D PCB, you can do View 3D PCB with options. Because when you go into this and you go into the manufacturing tab, you can look at a 2-dimensional preview of the circuit board. And you'll notice in the 2-dimensional preview, the colors look a lot more true to form to what they actually are on the silk screen when you apply a colored silk screen, in addition to some of the pads showing up that wouldn't show up in the 3D render. And this is the thing about Fusion, is they probably could use a little bit more work on their 3D rendering of PCBs. I'm sure they know that, But we've had problems where if you have a trace that goes in a circle, it'll fill in the entire middle of the circle. And that's just a visual thing. That's not actually what the software does. It's just a problem with turning an Eagle PCB into a Fusion360 3D render. The program's very good at that, and it makes very good-looking circuit boards that'll let you do mechanical design. There are some issues, and one of the issues is that when you select a different color for your silk screen, it really doesn't come through in the final render. So if you're in this window here, this manufacturing tab, first little option here, the preview PCB, and you right-click on the PCB, you've got a whole tab for color, rendering, and zoom to fit. So color, you go in here and you go to the solder mask color. I said silk screen earlier. I routinely confuse the two words. What I mean to say is solder mask. But if you select that solder mask color, you can choose whatever color you want for that solder mask. And here I've got a very dark red. That very dark red, when you render the actual 3D PCB, does not come through. It looks brown. It looks horribly like blood, dried blood brown. It's terrible. It's just a bad color. It's a poop color. So in order to get that to render, what you do is you go up, and instead of just clicking this blindly, you can go down to View 3D PCB with Options. And that pulls up a little window. 3D PCB with canvases, reassociate derived outline, stop layer geometry. In this case, we want 3D PCB with canvases. And what that'll do is that will, instead of rendering the traces in 3 dimensions, it will use a canvas in order to just put a drawing, basically the drawing that we were looking at earlier, on the platen of the PCB. You can still see through the holes, but the traces don't have 3 dimensions to them. Now, the traces have 3 dimensions to them when you do the legitimate rendering, which is cool, because traces actually do have dimensions. But in this case, they don't, and if you zoom in far enough, you can see that it's just a JPEG. So those are the details that I wanted you guys to know. That's why this thing actually looks legitimate right now. That's why it looks like a legitimate PCB. I've kept it red. We could try to change it to matte black, but I don't think that's really going to happen. I don't think there's a shininess or a smoothness setting to that color. Let's see what we got here in our options. If we make a black PCB, the problem with black PCBs is you get no contrast between the black PCBs, white PCBs, yellow to some extent. The problem is you don't see a contrast between the substrate and the trace itself. So we go to the solder mask color. I don't know. I mean, if I just do black, I don't think that's really gonna. Well, they do render some difference, although that's not exactly what I would say a black PCB really looks like. But maybe we can get a decent representation of that, as long as it's not shiny. And I guess what I can do is go into the appearance settings of Fusion, and I can alter those too. There's something like a little bit broken with the transparency of that. Where do I set that again? Hold on, wait. Color, solder mask. Yeah, the alpha channel. So if I turn the alpha channel down, or rather, up. Let's go to 230. Yeah, you see that now the difference between traces and substrate are less pronounced, which is not very functional when you're doing it for engineering purposes. In terms of like making the design look cool, yeah, that's fine, but all right, solder mask, and we'll take this back down to 200. So I can at least see traces a little bit. This is why red and blue PCBs are good. Green PCBs obviously rule for that. You get that color contrast in there, and you can easily diagnose it. Making it fashionable and look cool can be to your detriment in terms of getting a first-run PCB to actually work. Your first-run PCB, just go with green. Just go with green if you're feeling fancy, blue or red. But you know, for final run, that's when you get into the fancy stuff. I would assume the After Dark service that who does the After Dark service? That would be Chat'll know. All 12 of you that are here. Somebody will know who does After Dark. But the After Dark service, I assume, is probably one of the better ones to troubleshoot, because you can see all the traces right there. They're like yelling at you. So yeah, anyway, this slightly, I don't know, gold colored PCB. Let's render that into the third dimension. So if I render it, I'll just show you. If I render it as it is without the canvas, it'll probably look like crap. Let's take a look. After a certain amount of time, too, the 3D PCB rendering tends to break, in which case you need to actually break the association with the three-dimensional PCB and then rebuild it. Oh, look at what happened here. Can't seem to do a keyword search. Yeah, I guess ask away. What the? We got some Z fighting going on here. Look at that. This is why the canvas render is probably a little bit better. Also, you can see that some of the pads aren't coming up. I don't know why this pad comes up and then this one doesn't. These are things that I would like to either figure out how to fix, or I would like Fusion team to fix this, because like that from a distance it looks good, and if I had those pads there, it would be even more reassuring that I've actually designed the right parts for this thing. It's a weird board. I'm using weird parts. These were relatively new to DigiKey, the N-channel MOSFETs that I'm using, and then I've never done something where I've had to have like a charge boosting chip with my MOSFETs. Now, I probably could have gotten a combo chip. I know I've already said all this stuff. I'm sorry if I'm going over territory again, but I probably could have gotten a combo chip, considering that I could have gotten something that was like a QFN package that would have just taken up this space right here. I expected that these would have to be spread out in a weird way, and then I would have a better time putting these like interspersed with them. But it came out to be so organized, and now I have like 20 of these things, so I'm gonna use them. I'm gonna use them. I'm not gonna put a combo chip in there. I'm not min-maxing this completely. I'm gonna use the parts that I've accidentally or dumbly already ordered. Plus, we tested these, and they work really, really well. These actually specifically said that they were made for motor controllers in their what is it, on their data sheet. So motors was one of the things that was listed, and they specifically have, was that no, that was gargantuan phallus. Gargantuan phallus. Thank you for following. Yeah, so one of the other things is that, you know, they specifically had our use case in their data sheet. Although they didn't specifically mention H-bridge motor controllers, they have high and low side N-channel MOSFETs, which is not typical, though N-channel MOSFETs are going to be able to handle more current fundamentally, so that's pretty cool. So that means that I can use all N-channel MOSFETs, and I can discard the P-channel MOSFETs in the design. Good stuff. So that's why we're using those. I'm guessing I could have found a combo for that. But yeah, so this isn't rendering properly. I don't like that. Even though you can see, if we get real close, these traces have depth, which is cool. Oh God, we're in the Z domain. Oh my God, it's the void. It's the space between things. The atomic mid-space. It looks like that culvert in Japan for floodwaters. Okay, let's get out of here. When a diode is parallel to a coil to snub a current spike on a relay, is it installed identified end to negative ground DC system? A flyback diode is the term you're looking for. And with a flyback diode, it is typically installed in reverse. This is a very common thing when you're trying to switch larger loads, is you'll have something like a relay. So you'll have a relay that is controlled by a transistor that is controlled by your microcontroller. The problem with that is that when you switch that coil, you switch it on and off, there's a break. And when there's a break in the coil, a break in the amount of energy that goes into the coil, all of that magnetic energy that you've built up is now dissipating. And that is a changing magnetic field in the presence of a coil. So what it'll do is it'll induce an extreme negative current on your system suddenly. It'll be a spike. And this is actually the principle behind boost regulators. If you're trying to get a larger voltage, what you do is you you put a square wave into a coil, and then you've got a changing magnetic field constantly that's going to create multiple spikes. Put those into a capacitor, you got a higher voltage. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful, the wonderful simplicity of it all, right? All these little tricks that people use. So when you've got something like a coil that is on a switched load and you're turning it on and off, you put that D1 diode in there and it's backwards. You can see the other diode is an LED, that's forwards. So you've got that forward running. Here's your positive supply going down. Think of it in the opposite way that think of it in the same way as Ben Franklin, between sessions of rowdy something intercourse. All right, anyway, you got your power supply here and currents flowing down through the 2N2222 that's switched. It's going to be blocked by this diode. It will go through the coil and through this diode. When that 222222222 closes, you've got a changing magnetic field. You have a huge negative current sitting up here, can't even disperse anywhere else. That diode is going to block the flow. This diode will allow it. The current disperses through the coil. There's a little bit of wiggling going on there, and then it goes away. And so that current doesn't make its way back to your sensitive digital microcontroller, right? So if you've got any old coil and you've got a diode sitting there in the opposite direction, that's there to snub that extra, that negative current that's induced. That is a flyback diode. And it should be directly on that coil. It should be directly by the coil. 1N4001, generally the small signal, small current diodes if you're dealing with a small relay. Dealing with a large one, you might need a 1N4147 or whatever. Or 490, I'm trying to remember the numbers. Listen, you don't need to memorize part numbers to do electrical engineering stuff. I have just had these systems and principles just ironed into my brain over the years. Just the amount of stuff that you do with Arduinos and switching external loads and things like that, the amount that you see these specific parts used for this specific purpose over and over and over again, you end up memorizing these things. You don't need to memorize this stuff. You don't need to be as good at numbers as I am. You don't need to be able to do the spatial reasoning stuff. You don't need to be as dumb as I am. You could actually be smarter and do this stuff. So forwards, backwards from intention. Yeah, the thing is, it's technically not in backwards. It's there exactly as it needs. It's exactly the direction that it needs to be. It is, however, according to the typical layout of anode and cathode, backwards, quote unquote. The reverse current on that thing should be blisteringly large. There should be a shit ton of volts that it can take before it breaks down, before the silicon breaks down. Thank you so much. You probably just saved my ECU. I had them backwards. Bob the Time Cat, thank you for following. The wonderful thing about automotive engineering is they put in this standard that I think a lot of other engineering needs to have. I'm gonna burp. That came from like the deep cockles of my stomach. Do stomachs have cockles? Anyway, I have a little aftermath of a hoagie. I go to an endo appointment and they say, you're fat as fuck, dude. And they didn't say that. They were actually justifying it. And I'm like, I'm fat as fuck, dude. And then I come home and I eat a hoagie. I'm good at health. Anyway, this thing. So automotive standards are wonderful in that they actually said, like, our mechanics are dumb as fuck. And we're putting some pretty complicated electronics into cars these days. Even back in the day, like oh wow, we want to put like normal electronics into this car. And automotive engineers went, well, look, man, this box in a car, that gets to like 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it also gets to negative 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In addition to that, like, we're dumb. We will wire this thing backwards. We will accidentally put reverse current into the car. And I think it might have been, there might have been a couple cars back in the day where if you hook up the battery backwards, you need a full suite of electronics again. So they basically said, look, we're dumb. Cars get struck by lightning. Cars get hot as fuck. They get cold as fuck. You need to protect your devices from the most extreme environments. We need you to be able to submerge this thing in water. We also need you to be able to hook a battery up. We need negative 13 volts on this thing to 14 to 15 on this thing and not have it blow up the circuit. So a lot of times in car electronics, the first stages that you're getting to will either be a switched method of reverse protection or a big diode that's sitting in reverse. So if you put the diodes in backwards, basically what you've been doing is shorting the device. You haven't been damaging anything, which is great. You've just been, you know, you've been pretty mean to your diodes, and that's it. Nisei13, thank you for the follow. Same with the Kentucking Hell. How you doing? Yes, the burpee is an exercise, but I am burpee. So yeah, anyway, when you're switching a coil, put a flyback diode in there. Yeah, absolutely. And if you get that diode wrong, all that's going to happen is when you try to switch the coil, it's basically just going to go through the diode. So your diodes could heat up and explode, but they probably shouldn't. Some diodes are built for abuse. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that side, Talon, but you know, others don't. Like if you're putting 12 volts through a diode to ground, your 2N2222 and your diode are probably going to be in shit shape. They're not going to really appreciate that very much. It might be okay, and it probably is in the case of junkyard tuning, but it's not going to be good for either party involved, including even the traces. There's no current limiting resistor in there, at least in this circuit. I mean, maybe there would be in another one, but it would be a shit show basically, and you might not even get much current through your diode, through your LED. So it's a bad look for everybody, right? But that said, you identify that quick and you're probably in pretty good shape. I mean, the fact that you're including a flyback, if you don't include a flyback diode, your transistors are eventually going to die. And if you're dumb enough to connect a coil directly to your microcontroller, that is absolutely going to die, and that'll be a bad time. So you put in a current limiting resistor on your path to the transistor so that when your microcontroller is switching this transistor, it's not having a runaway current situation. Because again, the silicon doesn't care how much current is going through it. It will allow everything, which is why you have this big old current limiting resistor, this big old 1K sitting there. Sometimes you'll have a resistor in here in order to put the transistor into a default state. Might not be necessary in all cases because you know, the microcontroller will snap it to the right potential pretty quickly as it boots up. Then, in this case, you have just the coil sitting on the voltage line, which is probably bad. If the coil's rated for 12 volts, it may be okay. It'll say how many volts and currents it has. You probably don't need a current limiting resistor in there. You put a flyback diode in there to protect your transistor, and then the resistor here and the diode here are just to indicate to you what's going on. You don't need to have it, but it is fun to have like something you build have like a lot of flashing lights in them. Like, that's really fun. So I'm not gonna knock putting an LED in there. But yeah, that's your basic switching transistor. All right, anyway, distractions aside, we're getting back to rendering our circuit board properly. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna render this with canvases, because that'll keep it from the silk screen from popping under the traces. They gotta work on this. There's a little bit of work to be done here. If you render a green PCB, everything works perfectly usually. But yeah, it's a little weird that it does that. A lot of Z fighting going on. All right, so let's go back over here. And instead, we're going to... Oh, by the way, if your PCB drawing explodes, I had to do this. Remove 3D PCB link, and then you have to build it again. Sometimes things just go wrong. But anyway, 3D PCB with canvases. So now I can't stop layer geometry or reassociate... Well, I can reassociate derived outline. I don't need to do that. So I'm going to do that, and now instead of the three-dimensional traces, it's just going to put a picture up on there. Yeah, it basically just puts a picture up there. Hey, what's up, Longboard Lord? Good to see you here, man. How you doing? So yeah, this is just a picture of the circuit board that we were looking at before. That's why it's all digital and blurry. But again, at the size that we're looking at this thing in, that's fine. Do you think that's a good stand-in for a matte black PCB? I may need to darken that a little bit. I'm going to turn up the alpha channel a little, as much as I hate not being able to see traces in here. So go back to this, right-click, color, solder mask color, alpha channel, 210. Been a while being essential and all. I've seen you in other people's streams. I've seen you elsewhere. That's fine. Hey, USD CBD. Wait, that's a Canada-based derivatives name. 21. Thank you for the sub. Let's put you up on the board. You were deemed essential though? That's cool. I remember Longboard Lord because for the longest time I'm dumb and I was calling him Ion 6 Board Lord. All right, where's this name? USD CBD 21. Going up into the system. Okay, there it is. That was quick. Some of the longer names have been starting to take a little longer to place. We're getting to the end of this board, folks. In which case, I guess I'm gonna be good on my word and get a live edge board, which we somehow have to figure out how to outline in software, so that we don't get names that are over the edge. So that'll be like a couple weeks of crazy streams, huh? A little bit different from the normal content. I did get my shoulder bolts in, so we can work on the new Burn the Subs a little bit. An essential lurker. Full-time lurking. Hell yeah, dude. No, I appreciate you coming over here. USD CBD 21, you're under Tim the Dork Knights and Buck Naked and Disc 1 of 5. I bet you didn't expect this to happen when you subbed. Maybe you did, I don't know. It's always good to surprise somebody with the fact that they get it burnt to a physical board on the wall of my shop when they sub. There it is, returning home. There we go. I need to redo my walls. I think I want to redo my walls with more of that wall control stuff, so I can hang more stuff on the walls. That's really expensive though. That stuff isn't cheap, so maybe I'm gonna hold off on that for a little bit. Okay, so what did I do? I turned the alpha channel up just a little bit, right? So let's render again with options. With the 3D PCB canvas. And now it's just going to put a picture of it on there, but it'll be a slightly less alpha channeled picture. I was going to say nice to see a space with no pervy names, but then the laser head moved away, uncovering the nasty ones. That can be said of the entire board. There is nothing safe. There is nothing sacred. Nothing is forbidden. Actually, a lot is forbidden, but we're relying on the Twitch API in order to reduce that. I love how because of the way that I design these parts, I put all the parameters in from the data sheets. The company that makes this chip, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to turn off this highlighting. This highlighting when I mouse over, it's really annoying. But anyway, whoever made this chip, the company that made this chip said, hey, here are the parameters on how to build our chip. We need like a lot of pin sticking out of the side of this thing so that you can solder it. Like, we need like a lot of pin. And then the person who made this transistor was like, ha, you only get as much as we say, and it's very little. You get a nub, and you're gonna be happy with your nub. Like the difference between the amount of pin to solder to. Abridgewater! Hey! You are approaching Hype Train. Abridgewater sub with 12 months. Everything is false, nothing is forbidden. There's some pun to every single thing Abridgewater says. All right, let's put Abridgewater up on the board. Thank you for subbing for 12 months. That's 1 year. My God. I'd say where is the time gone, but we've been saying a lot of stuff like that lately, right? People going back to like work routines. Oh man, oh, that was a year ago. Where's the time gone? We all know fucking rightly well where the time is gone. We know exactly where that time's gone. I've had a whole bunch of like doctor's appointments lately, and it's been all the same phrases. I forgot what floor that was on. It's been a year since I've been here. Yeah, we know why. You don't even need to say it. It's all implied. Oh, great. Well, Bridgewater, you're going right near this guy. Something to you. It's been converted to ass time. Is that metric ass time or regular ass time? Involuntary Hype Train. Dion Starfire giving 100 bits. Anonymous Cheerer with another 100. Thank you, Anon. I don't know who this Anon person is, but man, they are everywhere. As time is its own system. Oh, is it a, it's a, what is it called? A dimensionless measure or something? Or a, what is it called? Shit. A unitless measure. There we go. Little Fluffy Cloud, 8 months. Hey, will I be the last name on the board? I don't know. I doubt it. It's going to be a long one, I think. I think one of those long ones. One of those long board lords. No, I think one of those long names is going to be the one that clogs it up finally. But then again, I mean, this thing tries like thousands of positions a second. So statistically, we are only just getting into the realm where it'll take more than 1 second to place. So that means it tries like 1,000,000 points. Those are randomly generated. And there's like 1 billion pixels. Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. That was, see, it'll poop around a little bit, but you could see a lot of spaces on the board. You know, it's not going to perfectly pick like this space right here. If this motherfucker comes over here and goes right to that space, I'm going to be so annoyed. It won't. It won't. I think it's on a different trajectory. But anyway, like that space exists. It's not necessarily going to pick it right away. It is no smarter than a random number function. But it gets the job done. Everybody hates it and finds it foreign and uncomfortable. That sounds about right. It's like American cheese. Actually, no, everybody does not hate American cheese. Little Fluffy Cloud, welcome to the board. You're by TDD Club, and you're not my supervisor. And Fart. Just Fart. Somebody's Twitch name is just Fart. Interestingly enough. All right. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Hey, what should we call you? Call me Fart. Okay. It's a little weird. All right, so we've rendered our PCB as best we can. It doesn't quite look matte. Obviously, the canvas isn't really reflecting like the, for instance, like the component. You can see a little reflection off of the top with the lighting there. These are just the basic render settings, which I like. I like how it has a little bit of the, a little bit of thought towards things looking kind of at least as close of a representation as they can get in real life without hobbling your computer, right? There's a little bit of a shine on the capacitor when you get the light reflection area just right. And that's, you know, so many years of rendering game objects and assets have brought computer capabilities into the realm of rendering stuff like this. I love to see it here. You know, it's still an engineering thing. So they've got black outlines on everything. Everything's a little bit cartoony. I like that. I like it a lot, actually. And it's a good representation of what eventually the board is going to look like in meat space. So, yeah, here we are. We've got canvases on this thing. I've got all my text on there. It's not quite what it's going to look like IRL, but it's close enough. You know, the thing that would actually make this look a lot more realistic is, first of all, if they got the pad renderings properly, and then also if we had the 3-dimensional traces and our silk screen was completely opaque. Opaque matte black would... this software can do that. I need to figure out how to make it do that. For all the abuse other countries give us over American cheese, we at least have it legally defined as not real cheese. Always says food product or something similar. Yeah, and Kraft actually gave American cheese a bad name, even though Kraft singles, what are you going to put on a $2, you know, $1 meat patty? A Kraft single, and it melts properly. It has the right fat content. It's made out of the right kind of plastic. You know, honestly, American cheese gets a really bad rap. I mean, cheese as meat lubricant it has a special thing to it. You're not going to use like super fancy cheeses on there. That said, Munster on a burger is pretty good. So I'm not gonna knock fancier cheeses, but also American cheese has its place for real. It is a very functional, useful cheese that doesn't deserve a lot of the crap that it gets. People see America on it and they go. But to each their own. That means more cheese for us. All right. Anyway, so that's the board design. So now that I've finalized the board design, it has not been imported properly. I'm going to save this. And we're going to go to the WL Toys drawing. And the WL Toys drawing is not going to have the board properly implemented it. It's not going to be properly implemented in the drawing. It needs to be in the right part of the timeline. Otherwise, all hell breaks loose. Cheese comes from a can. You know, Cheese Whiz has its place. Bacon and brie burgers. I heard somebody call a cheesesteak a food crime, and I was ready to punch them in the mouth. I think Gritty would have shed a single tear. Hey, thank you guys for the hype train. That's the hype train ending. Appreciate that. Emotes are being delivered to supporters as if they need to like deliver them. Okay, let's see. Where am I going? I'm going to. I keep clicking on windows, expecting stuff to happen. We need to go to the 3D render of everything. Mr. C1, thank you for following. Same with Cross Solette. I'm up to date. I'm up to date. I'm up to date. So yeah, we need to go to the WL Toys rendering of everything. Now, those of you who have not been around, steak and cheese product isn't as punchy. Listen, man, good cheesesteaks, you can get like provolone on them. You know, whiz with is fine. I don't mind whiz with, but provolone is really good on a steak. Mozzarella is okay too. I'm okay with mozzarella, but provolone is a really good cheese to have on your steak. Now, this thing says that some of the parts are not up to date. Before we get into that, I should tell you that this drawing, this rendering of the entire RC car started with the RC car itself. I began this through trying to create different RC cars that would be the size of the Mario Kart home circuit. Mario Kart home circuit is a pretty cool little thing. It's not cheap. For what you get out of it, it is kind of cheap. It was developed by, I think, a Scandinavian company, and they started with literally the kit that this was derived from, put some 3D printed parts on it, stuck a Raspberry Pi on there with a Raspberry Pi cam, made software that allowed you to have an augmented reality race, right? Literal cheesesteak of Philly cheesesteak. Cheesesteak of Philly cheese. What? Nice deck. So yeah, this originally started as the literal prototype for Mario Kart home circuit, right? And so I've built up on that over time, getting better components out of it because there's an entire league of really nice RC cars. Those are Mini Z cars. They're like $200 for one of the little things, right? I'd rather have meatballs with provolone or mozzarella. I'll admit I'm an outlier in many of the food tastes. Meatballs with mozzarella, blah, 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 blah. Those are it's really good, actually. You're fine with that. You're totally fine with that. That's a good damn hoagie. All right, so this started as a WL Toys kit. It was a literal prototype for the Mario Kart home circuit. I kind of went my own way with this. I kind of got carried away. Got a little carried away, which I guess is okay because I'm a Twitch streamer, but whatever. So when I went to render this originally, what I did is I started off with the parts. And I've actually reorganized some of this stuff a couple times, but I started with each individual part and building up on that piece by piece. And as I built up on it piece by piece, I basically made individual drawings that were each part. Now, some limitations of AutoCAD, Fusion360 will not allow you to have a certain number of components going into your drawing, which can get real messy. What some people do to get around that is they will have one single drawing that has all the parts in it, and then they'll drag that into an assembly and they'll rearrange it from there, right? So, kidding. Yeah, all the food talk. I just ate. I'm allowed to talk about food. So what I have here is WL Toys folder. This has all of the individual stuff that I rendered. So when I set out to add something to this drawing, I will start out with a single part. I'll say, okay, this battery holder is like one single piece of plastic. Wayne Johnson resubbed, 17 months, saying time for food. Okay. What I'll do is start out with a sketch, and I'll figure out what the dimensions of the part are. So in this case, what I did is I figured out what the hole spacing was, and I laid out sort of some of the fundamental design components of that. From there, you extrude, and that's basically how AutoCAD does things. You extrude parts, and then you tweak and tune them. Now, this is hard to see, I know. It's a black and white background, but basically what I did is I followed some of the principles of this part just to see how they molded it, and then put all the different fillets and chamfers and stuff on it in order to recreate the part from measurements. That's it. Once you create that part, okay, let's put Wayne Johnson on the board real quick. Bop. I'll go into the process a little bit more. We had a lot of questions about the process last time I worked on it, so I wanna get all this stuff down so that you guys know what to do in the future. Wayne Johnson, welcome to the board. 17 months. I hope you enjoy your food. You're by Kindergarten Kitten and a Bridgewater. And Dwight Boy, there's a big Dinsdale. All right. So, once you've designed a bunch of parts and you want to put them together, the best way to organize it, at least in my opinion, now let's close this and not save it. I don't know what I didn't change anything. The best thing that you can do when you're putting all of these different parts together, obviously do it in a new drawing where you can drag and drop things together. But in this case, what I've done is I have organized all of the, oh God, what is this? Oh my God, component out of date. It's yelling at me for that. Here, I'll update this, but we're actually going to pull that out and put it back in. So you've got your assemblies, your individual parts, your sub-assemblies of a bunch of different parts, your macro assemblies of blah, 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 blah. We don't need to get too far into that. But what I've done is all of the parts are inserted in the first steps of the drawing. See, fusion360 relies on a timeline. So if I'm going to mechanically move anything in this timeline and base the parts that I'm designing off of the position of things in this model, I need all the positions of the things in the model early so that they exist when I'm making the other features. Oh no, I did not get these. I didn't get anything from WL Toys. WL Toys is never gonna, no. Whatever you're trying to reverse engineer, you cannot rely on in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Some of the parts, the motor, the servo, oh, and this spring, which isn't really the spring that's there, it's just something that looks like that spring. Those are all from GrabCAD. So the legality of selling something based on the design when grabbing a part from GrabCAD, that's dubious. You got to look up the disclaimers on the individual parts to see whether or not they would let you use them in your final design. In fact, the only place that I really used the part from GrabCAD as a crutch was the specific servo that I used, which was on GrabCAD, and I based dimensions of my design around that part. That said, I've got one of the servos here, so if I wanted to make my own model, I could. This just saved me a little bit of time. So legally speaking, if I want to base my design off of a part that already exists, and I get it off of GrabCAD and the part manufacturer isn't providing it, I technically owe the person who made that part some compensation. And it would behoove me to look into what stipulations they have. Maybe the person just wants you to buy them a beer if you ever see them, in which case you should avoid them for the rest of your entire life. Or maybe they're like, you might want to donate. Otherwise, you can use my part. That's the best one, is when it's like, donate if you feel like it, but you don't have to pay me. Others want compensation for their work if you're going to make money off of it, which is fair. In which case, you know, you can fuck right off using these parts. You got to measure your own and make it yourself, which is what I did with a lot of this stuff, because WL Toys isn't going to give me, pay them in exposure. People die of exposure. Like, for instance, this top bar and the bottom bar, technically I bought those, but what I did is I found a datum for measurement, one single location, which in this case is this pinhole right here, and use that as a datum in order to figure out what the dimensions of the rest of the thing are. I photocopied it and traced it as well to get the outer dimensions, but then you break down, you reverse engineer the part. You say, how is this built? Where are the rectangles? Where are the where are the rectangles? Where are the ovals? Where are the holes? What are those dimensions? Where do they meet up with normal numbers? Because engineers aren't in the business of making things 5.560421 millimeters. It'll be 5.5. Those kinds of things, right? So if I were to be making money, whoever made this 130 model motor, whoever made that servo holder. I think that's about it. And the spring. Those are parts that are not too difficult for me to recreate, or at least create a size block for them. But in this case, I use those because I wanted this to look cool. And it does. It looks just like the real thing. So yeah, anyway, I put all the parts in the first step. I didn't even have all the parts when I built this thing, right? Generally, I think you're okay to use them in your model as long as you're not selling their models as part of something. Ah, I get what you mean. Okay, yeah, so if you're literally just selling their work instead of deriving your work from their work. Sounds like a lot of work getting the shapes for all those. Yeah, it's not a trivial amount of work. Photocopying the base plate helped, but in some cases it hurt. And then one of the worst things that I've encountered in getting all the dimensions right, because as you put these things in here, you start measuring different data points. Like, for instance, the distance between the front of this housing and its mirror image over here. Not mirror image, it's the exact same thing, it's just over here. Measuring those two distances and having them be off by a little bit, and then having the distance between the edge of this and the edge of this different, and then measuring the distance between this edge and this hole, and it's the same. All that stuff, it starts to really screw with your head. I've gotten this to a point where it's almost correct. It's almost exactly correct to a degree where I'm not going to do any alterations to it. But the big problem that I had with this when I was putting the whole thing together is that if you look closely here, let me get a better visual example since I have multiples of all the parts. If you look closely at that bar, you'll find rage. You'll find pure, unadulterated, unmitigated rage, because whoever built this carbon fiber parts kit, something is off. You can see here, those 6 holes right there are these 6 holes are the absolute worst. You can see right here that this is the did I really heat that up by just pointing at it for a second? Anyway, the 6 of those holes you can see are logically spaced out. They've got a nice radius around them of an even amount of material around all of the edges and stuff like that, right? But then you flip it over to the other side, bum, bum, bum. Suddenly those 6 holes look like they've been shifted to the left a little bit. And that's not actually supposed to happen. That's what I discovered, is that those 6 holes are not supposed to shift over to the left a little bit. The original kit, those 6 holes, over here, are exactly evenly spaced. So there was an error in creating this. There's also another error in this, and that's the amount of distance from this bearing on the main drive shaft to this gear. Now, I know we're getting into minutia here, but like that bearing was too thick, and it caused all kinds of other problems with my rendering. So all of the measurements, relying on the area that I needed it to actually exist, like I needed this stuff to work out properly, because we're dealing with gears meshing, and we're dealing with distances to shafts and stuff like that, and we're dealing with making mounts. So I needed all of that stuff to be correct, and that was the area primarily where there were more mistakes than anywhere else. Even in the original model kit. In the original model kit, you can see, like if you buy it off the shelf and take a look at it, this thing is like crooked in the original one. Hey, Shorty, what's up? Hey, Uncle Phil. I made those carbon fiber parts with love. Well, try again, because this is terrible. I actually got some epoxy that I'm going to use to glue carbon fiber rods inside of these holes. They're almost exactly fitting. I'm going to put carbon fiber rods inside the holes, cut them, sand them nice and flat, and then re-drill all 6 of those holes, because I'm a freak. So anyway, yeah, those are the troubles with making all of these parts, is that you need to meticulously measure stuff, and then you also need to concede measurements in order to have things work. And you need to fully reverse engineer these things, and then you need to give the people who made the device a D- for getting those dimensions wrong, for getting the bearing wrong, and getting oh god. The battery is literally just a square that I put a bunch of filleted edges on, and then I made 2 oval extrusions in each end and used the face coloring thing in order to make them white. So it looks like a battery. The switch I found on GrabCAD, and then I push-pulled the actual rocker part to be the right length. So that's how I came up with all this stuff, right? But we've got the PCB in there, right? So what I did is I created this grouping of parts insertions where all the parts go in, and then I lock them down in this step. And then I go and I render all of the 3D printed stuff on the design. Now that fillet is outside of the category. I could put it in, but it was a cosmetic thing. So that should be where the drawing ends, right there, because that's the last me-designed part that I would be putting into the thing. But the circuit board stuff all exists out here, and the reason behind that was because I had to figure out where screw holes would theoretically be. I had to kind of play with the design a little bit, so I played with it out there. We need to set it right, so we need to get rid of these steps. All this stuff gone. And actually, what I'll do, I'm going to lock it in. I'm going to right-click. Oh, no, hold on. Delete all features after history marker. Dun, dun, dun. Dead. All right. So here we are at the apex of my design. This is going through all the steps all the way to the last one. What I didn't do was make sure that my circuit, the positioning of my circuit board. Okay, that's fine. We can figure that out. So now, in order to insert the circuit board back into the drawing, I think I need more horizontal space than this. All right, I'm going to pull the history back until we are inside of this grouping. So there are all the parts except for this insertion right here. That would be the top bar. That's like the last thing that I put in. So you can see it's now a bunch of miscellaneous parts that have been put into pretty random locations throughout this entire thing. This is what the design consists of. So now what I want to do is I want to go to my 3D rendering of the circuit board. I'm going to open up that file so that it can update properly. So inside of, you know, I want to say it's probably all in the electronics section. And then we have small DOS assembly. So that's the small circuit board with the DOS micro stuff assembled. In order to make the other parts, by the way, DOS radio and DOS gyro, I actually did go through the PCB design process to build those, and I just put down miscellaneous parts that were close enough, just so I could get them arranged properly, right? So anyway, let's go to small DOS assembly. Oh boy, Haas 0132 hate raid followed. Due to some of the recent things that I've seen on Twitch, we're gonna go followers only. Oh wait, are we already on followers only mode? I think followers on, or just followers? Duration, yeah, I think I could just do that. Haas is a fake account. I'm not gonna say that. What's like a good duration of that? I play Super Lego. What? I might have to go into my Twitch settings in order to do that. Let me do that real quick. I've gotten 3 different Haas followers in the last few days, and I've never streamed. What that tells me is that we're probably on the radar for one of those things. So yeah, one of the Haas accounts is real, the rest are bots. Yeah, there's a thing that was posted on the Discord that, yeah. So let's see. Channel, username, display name, bio. You guys want my stream key? Moderation, chat options, block hyperlinks, non-mod chat display. I thought we had email verification on, but apparently the bots go around that. Followers only mode. Yeah, should we give them 10 minutes? I hate that though, because if somebody follows, they gotta wait 10 minutes. I really don't like follower mode anyway. We'll do any followers and see if that bites me in the ass. All right, I think that sets immediately, so I can go back to chat. It took over my whole window. How's it going, Mahalo? I missed all the messages while I was doing that, by the way. So, all right. So if we're on the radar of those guys, then yeah, we need to go followers only mode. Unfortunately, I hate it. It's It's not as inclusive as I'd like it to be, but Twitch Rivals is 1 week follower only. Oh my god. Yeah, but if you're going to be a target, I mean, you know, it's stuff like Twitch Rivals is going to be like a big target. So that's just common sense. Did I just freeze my camera? Oh man, is this okay? This USB-C connection is starting to get a little dodgy. I'm not happy about that. It is quite loose. I don't know what part of the USB-C connection here is bad, but Elon Snusk, thank you for following. What is that name? If I flip the cable over, we'll get better contacts on the other side. Elon Snoosk. Snooze. All right, so let's get this camera back. It's gonna screw up everything. Fucking A. I gotta restart Streamlabs now. It's such a bummer when my camera goes out. Properties. Deactivate, activate it again. See, now it's back, but it's auto-focusing, which means it's not going to be able to just sit here focused on what it should. It'll start focusing on everything at intervals. What's up, Elon Snoosk? All right, so what I need to do is I need to restart Streamlabs so that it can actually connect to the camera. Sorry, Stream Deck. Quit Stream Deck, quit, and then start it up again. Sorry, burping. Now I have all my focus controls and stuff, and I'll need to pull this thing through its little calibration. So we go to Setup, and we do Arm Procedure. You can see the color coordination, the contrast, and stuff like that all changes just a little bit. So now when I get up close to stuff, I can hit the arm focus button and focus in on it, and it'll stay locked there. That's what I use the Stream Deck for, and I got a Stream Deck XL that I'm hoping to bring into the fray soon. All right, anyway, so there's our circuit board module. I'm calling it a module because I've got 2 additional circuit boards stapled to the thing. One thing that I didn't do that I'm definitely going to regret is measuring where those holes are on the gyro board. I didn't measure where those holes are, and they're all going to be off. I guess it's not really going to matter that much. I would like to maybe create a 3D print that will hold all of this stuff together. Like something these boards can kind of like clip into. We won't be able to do a screw through this hole. That'll be a peg. We'll do that. We'll get to pegging in a minute. This bothers me. I could move that hole to the right a little bit, but I can't because I've ordered the boards. That's how they're going to be. Bum, bum, bum. They're not centered. It's not centered. Ooh, that bugs me. Okay, we're gonna live with it. I'm 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 not gonna let that affect me. I'm just not going to let it. It affects me greatly. I can't get over it. All right. Anyway, so this is done. I can hit save on that. What we're gonna do is go into, and I guess I'm gonna close all the PCB files so I don't have too much stuff open, because this is gonna start to. My computer's going to start to not really enjoy what we're doing to it. So I'm going to close these. We'll open them up again when we get the board in there. I just want to make sure that I'm not pushing it with the number of files that are open. So yeah, this device is in here, and it's got the 2 other daughter boards on it that are positioned as well as I can get them. Then we go into the WL Toys, where we've reversed the timeline back to where I'm actually inserting everything. So what I do, much like in creating the peg, is I'm inserting my small assembly, and that's just going to place the board anywhere. This initial move that I do right here, that's how it's going to sit when I reverse the timeline back to this point. So I hit OK, and now this whole assembly is in with everybody else, but none of it is in position. In order to get it into position, let me close this so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. I don't have a lot of screen space because I'm super fucking vain. You know, like streamers are super fucking vain, and I gotta see my face. I gotta be like, oh yeah, oh there he is. Look at him. Yeah. I have to get a haircut. Yeah, that's a mullet. I gotta get a haircut. Anyway, stop being vain. I'm super vain, and I wanted to have a big layout so that you guys could see what's on the desk and also what I'm working on the computer. Generally, that would involve programming like a microcontroller, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal to have a smaller window. With Fusion, they assume that you're on a 16 by 9, you know, a wide 16 by 9. That's not the right one. Anyway, you're on a wide monitor, and you've got all this side space to use up, and so they use it up with toolbars and stuff like the like all the parts here on the left, which is a now scrollable list of about 200 zillion things. Okay, so that's all of that stuff, but we're still missing parts. We need a couple screws. You know, I think I'm inserting the screws at the end of the 3D render, so we'll hold off on that, I think. Yeah, there's a so those of you with free accounts on Fusion360 probably will not be able to do this degree of parts manipulation just because the number of files is limited. 16 by 9 is widescreen, 4 by 3 is a square one. Okay, so yes, I was gonna say 16 by 9. I guess I was right. Man, you guys are never without the pedantry, huh? No, but it's good to know because I confuse all that stuff. Yeah, I don't have any of the screws in here, right? If I want to add screws, I'll do that while I do the 3D rendering, because a lot of those 3D renders are going to rely on the screws going in there, in which case positioning parts is going to be very important. But so what we're going to do is we are going to advance the timeline to where everything has been put into position. So that's these steps here, and now everything is, you know, put right into place. Beautiful. It's all pops right into place there. And you can see that none of the 3D rendering parts are in yet. So if I were to mess with the motor position or the servo position, or really any of the other positions, like the position of the electronics, what I need to do is double click on this step right here, which is where you lock the position in of all the stuff. Now, since I'm done with inserting parts, I can just collapse that entire step, and now my timeline looks a lot cleaner. So what I can do is double click on this step, and now I've got a special toolbar up top, which only allows me to move, align, delete, inspect, select, or finish. So that's that position command, right? That's where everything goes into position. So now I'm free to do multiple steps in order to put this thing into place, in which case I finish, and then everything is put into the design properly. The reason that I do this, and I'll say it again, the reason that I do this is because a lot of the position of the 3D printed stuff that I'm designing will rely on the position of, for instance, that hole, or the position of that hole, or the position of this edge. And if any of those were to change, the 3D print, the designed part for the 3D print would then change down the line from that. So if I go back and I change one of the parts' dimensions, it is not going to create the part and then have everything lock in place. It will lock everything in place and then create the part. That's important. It's a problem that I've run into with these complicated drawings in Fusion360. It's really important to be cognizant of your timeline. So anyway, what I can do is, and I think I can individually select these, or I could just scroll down to the assembly and hit move. Now I've got, move object, one selected, and that's this whole thing. So what I want to do is get that into position above the servo. Now I forget what the height of that was. I forget what the height of that was. We're gonna have to redo that. Oh boy. Well, let's just get it approximately. And then I can do a point-to-point move. And I can move, oh boy. Everything's a little chunky right now. I can move this point right here. Did that select the point, or did that select the, Well, if it selects the line, I guess that's okay, yeah, because I don't want it to necessarily center there, but I want that point to be even with this point. No? I guess I gotta select here. All right, and then I go back to this type of move. Oh, that was trying to rotate it. Gotta make sure you select the arrows. Pull that thing in and get it just about in even placement between these two. Remember, this is gonna lock this board into this position once we finally get this design, so. That looks decent. I'm gonna move it back just a little bit. That's going to move in 1 millimeter increments. So let's do 0.5. Now, if I need to move this in any of the further creation steps, I can still move it. I just need to go back to this step. That's as simple as it is. So now my understanding was that this capacitor was just about even with the top bar, so I'm going to move it up a little bit. That was sort of part of the limitations that I set out to create when I went to make this PCB. I said, I've got a certain amount of space over top of my servo. I want to make this fit within there. I want to make this circuit board fit within there and not be taller than the bar, because we know now that these transistors aren't going to heat up very much. And that, you know, we can place everything properly. So anyway, this is approximately even between these two objects, which is where I want it to sit. We got a button on the front side that I don't want the servo saver to press. All that stuff is locked into place. I can click OK on the positioning. Now my CAD runs a little bit smoother. And then I can click OK on this. I can click Finish Position. What we're going to get is all those other subsequent steps are now going to perform. Oh yeah, no, they're not until I drag the timeline over to them. So boop. And now we have the old design of the part sitting there. It's actually a little bit tall, but I might just keep that height just to make sure that my microcontroller isn't contacting anything. Now, this is not 3D printable. This bar right here. Well, if I were to create posts that go up to my post holes, right? This would not be as easily 3D printable because of this overlap right here. So we got to get rid of that, and then we can take this shape and add a couple posts to it. You guys still with me? All right. Yes, good. All right, so let's go to, oh, why is there a little, oh, because I've clicked on it. Yeah. So what did I create and when? Well, the first thing to be made was the base plate. Boop, right there. So I made the base plate and then I extruded these things up. So let's go to that step. So where is this in the grand scheme? Where is this? Right there. Double click on the step. So I simply told it to go 5 millimeters, but, well, let's see. I mean, I can do the distance to, I can't do the distance to a future object, right? That other object is going to be based on this, but I need those to somehow line up. And I think the other one was created as an offset from this piece right here. So let's take that and I guess repeat that step. That's a little clunky. That doesn't iterate well enough. But like when I create this, what am I doing? Distance offset. So I'm doing an offset of 0.1 and then the distance is 1.5. We can edit this step to rely on the height of this if we need to. Okay, I just did. Cancel. Wait a minute. So I guess what I can do is, I don't know if it would be a good idea. It's an idea. But if I take this and I go extent type to object and I select that, now it's going to go all the way up to that and stop there. I can then give it an offset of 0.1. So that'll be up to that object and then 0.1 on top of that. The 0.1 is a fitment thing. If I don't do the 0.1, then it's too tight and everything doesn't fit together. And then I have to burp. I couldn't mute myself. The mute button doesn't work. Perfect. Why does the mute button not work? Where's all the rum gone? I mean, I guess restarting Streamlabs caused the mute button to stop working. That didn't happen last time. Well, we're in manual mute mode today. You guys are going to hear me burp. Okay, so we've changed that step and we've extruded it 0.1. Now this is still 3D printable, although it's a little bit dodgy because when oh, look at that. It just did it. I think there's probably a little Z fighting there. Might be some Z fighting going on there. When I 3D print this, those posts are going to be the only 3 things that are printing. And with the method that I use for printing, which is PETG with no fan, everything's running super hot, pretty much at the limits of the heat that it can produce. Prints where the head goes from thing to thing to thing very quickly, and there's not a lot to print, they get very hot. and so they tend to melt down. This might be okay because it's 3 posts, and if I do like 2 or 3 of these at a time, it'll probably print okay. But it is something to consider with the design. I think because of the way I designed this, I had it rendered down a distance to an object. Oh yeah, there it is. So we can literally just get rid of that step. So we'll just get rid of that step. So now we have our 3 points of contact. I should, at this point, add screws to this thing. So the screws for it, I guess, are added later on. These screws are added over here, and then I lock their position in. So yeah, maybe I'll add the screws in at the same location. So right here is where I should add in screws. Now I've got those in a different directory because I was using these a lot for the pan racing car. So I actually have a rendering of the screws that I want to use. Screws. God, there's so much sound outside right now. Let's see, 4 millimeters or 3 millimeters. Well, this board is 1 millimeter thick. I ordered the 1 millimeter thick board. I could have gone thinner, I think to 0.6, and then below that, I'd have to pay more for it. But if that's 1 millimeter, and this is a 4 millimeter screw, then we've got 3 millimeters going down into plastic. 3, we've got 2. We probably only need 2. It's just at a certain point, they'll strip so much easier. Let's try the 3 millimeter screws. Oh, there's a sample of all of them sitting right there, huh? I think one of those gets deleted. No. Sorry, the 3 millimeter screw actually goes into that right there. Problem is that, oh, did I not alter the 3 millimeter screws? Yeah, I need to pull the chamfer back on the 3 millimeter screws so they look more like what I have. Where are we? What happened? Dear God, okay. Yeah, I'll alter the 3 millimeter screws in just a bit. All right, so let's add 2 more 3 mils into there. Let me just do this. Blop. And then just grab it by this arrow. Pull it all the way out to there. Just leave it there. Click OK. I could keep dragging and dropping these, or I could just right-click it and do move copy. And then if I select the component, I can just copy. And there's our 2 screws. Okay, so now I just finish, hold on. Go to this step, double click it. Okay, so this is where I'm moving stuff around. Oh, everything's slow when you highlight stuff. So move point to point, select the thing to move. The origin point is going to be that ring right there. Yeah, I think it's 3 millimeters of threads is what the screw denotes. It definitely is, because yeah, we've got 2 millimeters sticking below there. So that's that one. And then move copy that object, select the point there, and then the target point is our other screw hole. All right. So that's the 2 screws in position. They're just sticking down into space. And I wonder, I guess we should project those features down into the posts. Now, when you combine objects and they happen to touch another object, there are problems. So what I'll have to do is when we go into this sketch here, and figure out where everything is, which I guess we'll have to we'll base the sketch on the locations of the holes. We'll have to do that because the sketch needs to exist in the timeline. The screws don't exist in the timeline until later. So we need to yeah, do that. So when we create the posts, we'll base it off of these hole locations. And as long as nothing drastic changes with those hole locations, those should remain throughout the drawing. Now, if I go into the PCB and I change the position of this hole, and I do it by deleting this hole and recreating this hole, it will lose whatever internal software ID it has, and then my drawing will break until I go back into the step in the timeline and reassociate it with that. Once you get on that level with this software, everything starts to kind of start working out, right? You start realizing how to manipulate things properly and get them into position and be able to work on your toes, right? Okay, so yeah, that's that. We've done that. We're done positioning all of our stuff. I'm going to go into this drawing here. And now we have these PCBs in the way. Now, obviously, I can unview all the stuff that's getting in the way. I can delete all this stuff in order to get all the positionings right. But first of all, we do want those hole locations, all 3 of them. It's probably good practice if I get rid of a lot of the stuff. So let's, I think the easiest way for me to do that is just to go here and just do hide all components. Is it? It didn't hide all the components. Oh, maybe here? Hide all components? No. Hide, show all components. Show hide. That's not at all what I wanted. No. No, 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 no. Yeah, I guess I'll just shift click it. Oh well, whatever. All the way down to there. Show hide. There we go. All right, so there's our previous solid that we did not unview, and the base plate I don't have visible in this. Yeah, I think it's usually at the bottom of the cap is where you're measuring the length of the screw. That's how the screw kits that I got work. All right, so that's that shape. I kind of want to keep this shape just because it's kind of funky. So if I keep this shape, you know, which means that all my other steps are still valid, which is good, I'm going to add to it. And that's probably going to screw up some of the extrusions. We can fix those in the timeline, though. So what we'll do is I'll view the small DOS assembly. However, I can't see everything that I need to see here. So I need to actually get rid of the gyro and the radio. So you just expand the group and then unview them. So now here's just the circuit board. Now this is viewing these blocking locations that I kind of need to get rid of in the drawing too. Those are just locations of, they're just parts that don't have definitions on them. So in order to get the locations of all of this stuff, I'm going to hit P for project and then select the hoops that I want. Then click OK. Now I don't need to view the circuit board anymore. It's just going to confuse me. So unview the circuit board, and then I'm going to unview this base piece here, because that's also getting in the way. Uncle Phil subbed for 3 months on a 2-month streak. If there's one thing bad about BTS, it's that I always feel bad about interrupting you. You could have waited. That's okay, though. I literally built this thing to interrupt me. You know, like all those streamers often talk about getting up to keep yourselves from getting blood clots. We have a natural thing that gets us up. You guys should stand up when I stand up. You'll be as fit as I am. Oh God, then don't do what I do. Never mind. What was that? Yeah. Yep, they're starting to follow, aren't they? They're starting to follow. We got potential for HateBot coming in here, and so I don't know if I need to get that plug-in or not. If they're getting savvy on the following thing. And it's about time. Sorry, I'm fixing my camera mount. That's no good. I mean, it's been 2 follows, so it's not like it's 16,000 of them. Uncle Phil, welcome to the board. You're under Juniper Sage. And Walrus. And some kind of a burger. Yeah, I gotta start considering what I'm gonna do about that. I know, I didn't think, I thought we were under the radar enough. We've got 69 people watching, so. 2 bots does not make a raid. We can easily ban them if they say something stupid, but we are on followers only mode now. You need to be a follower for 10 minutes to say anything. I had to do that just because people will abuse Twitch in any way possible. So until Twitch does something about that, which they might not, maybe the person will get bored and stop doing it, you know? Really? Yeah, the hotspots will follow everyone and everything. Yeah. Oh well. Anywho, so we've projected the holes in our circuit board over to this thing. What I need to do is basically make 3 posts around these. Now I know that the keep out area of them is 4 millimeters. I did that intentionally. So I will make an interior on this one for the peg that is 0.1 smaller. That makes it 0.2 smaller in diameter, which means we've got a radius of 0.1 all the way around. That'll be enough that the 3D print will fit in there, maybe with a little bit of force. Given the opportunity, they'll abuse it. I guess so. Some people are good, you know? It seems so valueless. Yeah, they want to ban streamers for hate speech, apparently, that they don't even do. So they do phonetic, alphanumeric hate speech. We lost like 20 people in going followers only, didn't we? This is why we can't have nice things. I know. Fuck, man. I don't want to do that, but my hand has been forced by potential shenanigans. So actually 0.2 millimeter. Yeah, we want this one to be 0.1 because we want a tight fit. The other 2 I will do exactly at the radius of the screw, and that'll be a tight fitting screw. We should take that to 0.8 actually. So we'll take the other ones down 0.2 millimeter. Now I know the outer radius is 4, so I'll create circles around those that are 4 millimeter. Why we can't have free education? I don't know. Hey! Negative 0.1. That's like saying they should make bullets really expensive so people don't shoot each other, you know? It's a silly argument. You're not going to take education seriously? Why abuse the system? Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, so I want this one, and I want this. I guess I can't do 2 at once. All right, so that one I want to take to 0.2 from where it is. So it's actually a tight friction fit. Maybe I want 0.1. I think I want 0.1. We're talking about diameter, not radius. Actually, you know what? Instead, I'll just do a circle based on that center position. So yeah, oh, those are already 2.2. That changes things. Because the ones in the circuit board, oh, the ones in the circuit board are 2.2. Yeah, that's right. So that so the screw just goes straight through. So if we take these to 2, that will be a not quite tight fit, but it'll be a sort of like a, it could be a slip fit like that. So I'm going to take it to 1.8, and that'll be a tight fit for the screw, and that'll make sure that the circuit board can be properly mounted. So yeah, 1.8. And then I planned to have a post that is 4. Might be 3, not 43. I think it's 3. Let me open up the circuit board file to figure this out. Actually, I could just view the circuit board file. Hold on. Oh, you know what? No, because that feature is not going to be selectable. I can't see the measurement of that. So I need to go to electronics. I need to open up the 2-dimensional PCB design. Where's that? PCB small. Not an enclosure, no. We're attaching it to the rest of the RC car. As it is right now, it's just sitting in free space, and it would fly around if I got into an accident. So we need to actually buckle it in. So what I want to do is look at this specifically. No, I don't want to move it, you bastard. I want to go to properties. So that is a radius of 2, a diameter of 4. Okay. So I was right the first time. I'm going to close this without saving it, because I don't want to change these files. I want to make sure everything is exactly right. So that's actually 4 millimeters for that. Oh, God, there's no room on the screen. Okay, there we go. I want to make sure that that's 4. All these posts are 4 millimeters. Damn, that really sticks out front, doesn't it? I might need to have a cut in that. That's too much of a cut, though. How's that so far forward? Oh, because the circuit... Okay, yeah, because this one comes all the way up to here. Okay, so I guess that's okay. It just is going to sit in the no-no zone a little bit. Huh. Let's take a look at the full thing again. Well, let me do these before I figure this out. So that's 4. This one is 4. I'm gonna finish the sketch because I want to take a look at this. Oh, look at that! Yes, just as I suspected. Yes, I see. Okay. So I want to make all the stuff, and then I'll view all the stuff again. So that doesn't come into contact with the front here, but down here I'm a little concerned because that servo saver needs a certain amount of space. If I can't do that, I'm gonna be in trouble. I might have to do like a complicated support structure in order to hold that thing up, because there is a certain sketch in here that defines the radius of the servo saver. You see, the servo saver is this thing over here. That's designed to keep any shock from killing your servo, right? But it surrounds the servo front to a particular distance. So if I have a screw there, it looks like it might just fit. I gave it a radius, so servo saver right there. So we're gonna have to make sure that we cut that out, this cylinder out of it, so that the servo saver has room to move around. It's going to mean there's going to be kind of an ugly place on the print where there's a little bit of support material in order to support that. But aside from that, it should be okay. Okay, so we'll plan for that. That's just one of the little details, and I didn't even realize. I mean, this thing is almost completely out of the way of that. So there might be just a little bit of a wedge cut out of this. Just in one corner, and it shouldn't really affect the mounting all that much. We'll just have to cater for it. I mean, this is like, hey, this is design 101, right? We're getting into this. I guess I could have probably moved the capacitor to the left a little bit, and then moved this to the left a little bit, and it wouldn't have... Oh no, it would have had to move a lot a bit. That would have had to move a lot. I could have moved these 4 down and moved this up, but then that would have collided with... Oh god. That screw right there. And I could have had that screw come all the way up through the entire top of the board. Nah, I don't like that. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I could have put a long screw through multiple layers of stuff on there and had the post up into this section of the board. Yeah, this way I can at least get rid of this board if I need to, and there are easy to get to screw holes. Top piece probably doesn't need the extra meat. No, it doesn't. It's just, you know, having it print nicely. It looks like it can sit flat, though. According to what I'm looking at in the other camera, I think I gave this an extra radius around it so that it would fully clear. So this is the extra super keep out distance. But yeah, we can extrude that through our solid anyway. We can make sure that it doesn't touch that. Okay, so back to what we're doing. If I Control Z, is it going to take me back to the drawing? It's just annoying to have to hide everything. I hit Control Z. I don't know if it's still thinking about it. I'm going to try one more time. Yeah, let's do one more. Oh my god, I'm getting carried away. So much power. Okay, so there's that. This sketch palette thing is very much in the way right now. We could do that. It's hard for me to show you guys everything at once on these drawings because that's so limited in space. Okay, so I've got 3 more posts that I need to create, but I also need these posts to be attached to things. This one is practically attached. We can leave this one exactly where it is. I can extrude and then do a chamfer right here and a chamfer right here, and that'll give us enough material attached to everyone else that this one is fine. These 2, however, are sitting out in space. What do I want to do about these? Now, I could go directly from the center over to these 2 and just keep the design of this thing consistent, in which case these posts are kind of sitting out in space and they're in kind of a weird place. I could redefine the shape of this whole piece and do like point to point to point to point. I think the individual outcroppings aren't going to be that big of a deal. I don't want to like add a ton of material to this by going like out here. You know, I could tie them together and make it like a big weird geometrical line drawing. I could redefine the entire sketch. That's an easy enough thing to do as well. Just get rid of all of the solid pieces and then reattach them. I guess that's probably the way we should do it. All of my ridiculous measurements are now just gone. Dust in the wind. Everything I've tried to amount to is equated to nothing. Nothing but tumbleweeds over gravestones. Goodbye, fair drawing. I will remember you. All right, so now we got we got a bunch of posts in space, and then we're gonna have a bunch of steps later on that break that we'll have to fix. But that's just the reality of it. So in this case, I don't care where the center of these things is. I just need to have sort of a general shape for everything, right? General shape. Let me think about this. You know, I liked the three-post thing. I liked the three-post thing going together, making a little bar for the top of my servos like that. I thought that was neat. Oh, there's going to be a lot of chamfers that are broken too. We might need to delete all the steps all these steps in here. That's 4 steps. It's fine. Let's see. So create, and I was using what were they? Slots, center to center. So I go center to center and then give it 4. I've made 1. Congratulate me. Oh, I'm beeping. My glucometer is beeping at me. I need more insulin. Yeah, that should be fine. And I wonder if I should make it and then make an internal thing. No, okay, we'll just do slots from thing to thing and we'll see how it turns out. Because we could just put it together like this. It'll be strong enough, so. I worry about the servo heating up, but I don't think these servos will heat up very much in this application. They're metal body servos. If it does heat up, I guess this will keep it from getting too hot. If I have a big open center on this thing. I only worry about this right here. Coming from here straight to there, that's going to get in the way of everything. If I go from here to here, that's also still going to get in the way. Just keep it looking like this. I don't think that would work. Do like one thing across there. Nah, I think... Well, I'm trying it this way anyway. We'll just see what ends up. We'll see what ends up coming of this. So if I finish this sketch, everything will break. Oh my god, it's so broken. So what I need to do is go into this initial extrusion. Back to the sketch. And we've got the distances already defined there. I just need to select the solids. Oh, looks like I've got another projected line there that's getting in the way. So I just choose all the stuff again. Yeah, my little projected lines that I use to plan stuff out are getting in the way. I could probably clean those out. Let's see here. You and you and you. And then this one, this one. Oh boy. You. Nope. That one. And this one. Okay, what am I missing? Over here. Oh god. This is what happens when you change the identities of some of the things that are supposed to be rendered here. Oh wait, these are not supposed to have that. These are supposed to be the larger radiuses. So yeah, these are supposed to not have this. Those are supposed to be more open. Gotta be careful about that. Some screws are meant to go through, the others are meant to grip. Grippy, 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 grippy. Oh, that's an awkward thing right there. That little radius. Grippy, grippy on this one. Oh dear God, what happened to you? There's like little structures in here that didn't highlight. Now the thing is, like, I don't need those to have full radiuses around them, right? These could just be a circular post. They don't need to be. They can just like barely come into contact with the main bar. So hold on, I'm just gonna do this for the sake of doing it, just to see what we get on the other end. That is brilliantly awkward. And how much of it is going to contact the front of the servo? Where's that servo? That would be, it's by part number. Mini slide switch, spacer, rear linkage, motor, KST X06. That's the part number for the servo. So that's the KST X06. Now, obviously, that would fit. However, we also need servo saver, which is it's a sketch, which will cut into the front of this bar by a little bit. We can work with that, though. I mean, I could leave this as this shape, this awkward, ridiculous shape. I'll take some of the chamfer steps into this and soften it up a little bit. These intersecting lines would drive me insane, says Chester Willard. Yes. Yeah, they're pretty not sane, beyond sanity. Unsane. Think of a line with a circle through the center of it. One side is sanity, the other side is insanity. And on the edge of the circle, right near the... Sorry, it's old Simon Posford music. I think what I want to do is I want to draw these a little bit more direct. And have those hoops come off the sides. I mean, this will hold the servo down just fine. It's just a little awkward, right? Do you guys think that's awkward? Maybe if I if I super chamfer a lot of these, it'll be a little less awkward, but it seems pretty awkward to me. That's still 3D printable. It's just a weird shape. A very strange one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to the sketch. Let's Control Z back to the sketch. I wanted to try it like that. I didn't necessarily need to implement it that way. I think what I need to do is create a slot, and I'll go from... It's not the prettiest part. No, it's not. We'll take 4mm from there. I'll just do a triangle. I mean, if I've got to cut this one anyway... These are not my... The reason this is so awkward is these are not my dimensions. This is the original WL Toys kit and where its holes were placed. So we'll just do a triangle, and then I'll do... It looks like most of these can be very close to the edge there. So for this one, I guess I'll just do a 4mm slot directly into this. I don't know what angle. What's the... Oh, there we go. It highlights it. So there, that's not what I wanted at all. That's not what I wanted at all. That's not what I wanted at all. I'm gonna call fusion360. I'm gonna write them a nasty letter. Now, that was my fault. I didn't use the right tool. Control Z. Okay. Create. Slower. Center to center slower. From here to wherever the little circle... right angle. That's what I wanted. 4mm. Like that. There we go. So now I've got just that little outcropping, and then I can blend that in with chamfers. So my first chamfer step will be on the insides of the triangle, and the second one will be just here and here. And that's it. That's going to be a much more elegant part. I like that a lot better. And then everybody has just about enough support so that if the car... See, okay, when I'm thinking about this part... Yeah, your tool didn't do what this other tool is supposed to do, which is what I wanted that tool to do. Why did you waste my click? Dear Oba, you owe me for my time back. What I'm thinking of when I think of the mounting for the circuit board, this circuit board barely needs a mount, right? in a lot of these RC cars, people will just vacuum seal. They'll put a shrink wrap around the circuit board. They'll shrink wrap it, and they'll just tape it in place. And it'll be this big, ugly stack of wires sitting above the RC car. That's fine, but I wanna attach it a little better. So if I'm gonna do a screw post, really I only need one screw post for this whole thing, right? Because you only need to have it held in by one screw. One screw is gonna be enough to hold it. What I'm thinking of is when I'm racing this thing around and I go into a sharp turn and it does one of these where it flips just over and over again, and like a carpet fiber grabs onto the circuit board and pulls on it. I don't want it to pull the circuit board off. So in that vein, I want to have my 3 posts and I want to give them enough material that they're going to really bite in and hold on. We're still going to have to do that cut for the servo saver, but can't avoid it. Can't avoid it. Can't be avoided. Okay, where are we? What's going on? Who am I? Top. And then flip it around, flip it around, flip it around. Okay, we were actually the right orientation. Okay, yeah. No, we're not. We're in a weird spot. It doesn't matter. Let's finish this sketch. Those are all the sketch lines that I need. You know, keep it simple. Keep everything nice and simple. I actually need to view it from where the sketch plane is. And now I need to go to that extrusion. And I now need to select all of the bodies that I am including in this. So these I want to screw to grip. That is a little... No, no. Oh, you bastard. You bastard. I think I got everybody in that one. It's hard to tell sometimes. This... I don't want these inner radiuses because I want the screw to go through this part for that hole. Make sure that I got all the right stuff. Get all the way in here. This. What? It's like these little geometries exist just to piss me off. Okay, check over my work. That looks good. This one I want to grip, or do I want it to hold up a post? That one is in the front, right? Wait, where's... Oh, there's my motor. Okay, no, that one I want to grip a screw. Okay. That and that. And then the screw slips through there. Okay. You. And you're gripping a screw. And then, is there anything else that I've forgotten? I think I got it. This one I want. Anything weird cut off there? Doesn't look like it. This one is going through, so I don't want to select those inner ones. This is the same sketch that I used, or the same hole definitions that I used on the other one, so... one screw hole is screwy. God damn it. And then this one in front is a post. So I'm going to select this and this. And I unselected the other. Okay, there. So I want that one to be solid. Any weird stuff? Yep, there's weird stuff. Weird stuff. Nope. And then that one is... That one grips, so I should not have this selected. No, wait, that one grips. Wait, what am I... okay, sorry. What am I doing? Screwing it up. Screwing it all up. Screwing up the timeline. All right, larger hole, you can barely see it. Larger hole, yep. Solid for the post, hole for the screws. Good, so we're okay with that body. Click OK. Everybody's done. Good. First chamfer. I'm selecting the interiors. You, and you. And I'll take it in a little bit just to make it look cool. That's pretty cool. Does that look cool to you? Does that look kind of hip with what you kids are into? I think so. I think that looks pretty cool. So I'm going to click OK on that. I'm going to remember that it's 1 millimeter. That's what these usually are. And then go to the next chamfer, and I'm going to select, fillet, and I'm going to select this one and this one. I'll take it out to the same number, but it doesn't have to be. Yeah, let's make it 2. 2 will give it a little bit more material. Maybe 3? 3's a little bit much. 2 makes it a little bit more engineering looking. This is the weirdest looking fidget spinner. That's those. These are they. For the next part, I need to fix this step here that's highlighted in yellow. This is the second sorry, not the chamfer. This is the second extrusion. Nothing is defined for this. It's good though, because this extrusion used to be these parts on the outer edges. However, now what we're gonna do is add them to here. But what we're gonna do is we are gonna add them to another body. That body is in contact with another body. Everybody wants somebody. All these bodies are in contact with one another. So in order to avoid this step right here from combining bodies that we don't need, we need to unview that bottom piece. So that bottom body, the servo plate, I'm gonna unview. I've done so many alterations to this, I lost the name for this. Everybody, all these body. Okay, so that body right there, double click on niche, and then I'm gonna take, fan freaking tastic. That's super useful to me. Thank you for choosing the wrong sketch. All right, so that body is cursed. I can't use it because the wrong sketch is visible. That one is based on servo plate, servo_plate. So what I'm gonna do is get rid of that step. And I should probably take the timeline back to before the chamfering. And then I'm going to hit E for extrude. And we will base those on servo topper sketch. Because now I've got my posts. So I'm going to take this post here. And we want that to grip the screws. So we're going to take both of those. That one we don't care about. This one is a post. But we still need the body of the post. So we're going to take that and all of its stuff all the way up. Same with this. This one is for a screw to grip. So we take this. Oh god, this one sucks. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Not that one. This one, and this one. Okay. We are going to extrude it from this object to the circuit board. So instead of distance to object, I just select that, click OK. And that joins without joining everything together that we don't need to join together. There we go. Extra bit on the last hole. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Why does that always select? That's annoying. Well, anyway, either way, I can just double click on the step and just go boop. Click OK. That's why the site inspections are kind of important, right? So now the screw will go through there and it will grip that plastic. Pyro, 31 months. Dude. Am I interrupting something? Yes, god damn it. Stop giving me money. Brr. All right, so far so good, right? We'll get back to this once we put Pyro up on the board. Gives me an opportunity to take a sip of my Diet Dr. Pepper. Yoink! Well, we're gonna wait for the API to catch up with Pyro. There it goes. That was quick. pyroesp going up on the board. I can't believe these bots. Like, what was the idea behind this? I know what they do is they render profanity into people's streams, and then they can report people. But it's so transparently done. I guess I'll have a ton of followers eventually, but only 2 of them followed, so whatever. Where did the P go? What happened? PyroSO, welcome to the board. What happened? PyroSO. See, everybody love Pepsi. Pyroesp. Hey, welcome to the board. Why is this like this? I don't know. There must have been a puff of smoke that got in the way of the laser or something. That happens every now and then. I think it mostly happens to Pyro. I mean, you can see Ludricio down there, straight south of Pyroesp, has his O kind of broken up a little bit. Get a Sharpie. I'm not in the business of altering the weather. All right, let's get back to the board. I mean, back to the design. My legs were getting a little tired there too, just from sitting in the same position for too long. So yeah, I've extruded two objects. So if I want to make the tolerances on this a little tighter, I can go back to that initial step where I enter this board into the drawing, and I can move this down a little bit and it won't break any of the other steps here. That's the beauty of this. Let's see what happens after we do the chamfers and the screws and the positioning of the screws. Everything's down there. It's looking good. One more step though, so let me take us back a little bit. We'll go before the chamfers, and I'm going to extrude, one more extrusion, the center of the pin. Luckily that's one click. And we're going to go from this object that is the top of this post to, let's do like, well, we'll do 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter should be pretty good. And that is a join operation. Now, hopefully that doesn't join it to anything that's not supposed to. So I don't know if it'll join it to components. I don't think it does. So yeah, now we've got that post there, and there's one more thing for me to do. Chamfer the top of the post. Just a little bit. 3D printer might not really show that very much, but I want that soft edge up there. Because when this goes in, I just want to make sure that there's a soft edge for it to fit on. Ta-da! There's our part. Now, the color of the part is ridiculous. It's currently rendering in metal. So what I'll do, right-click, go to Appearance. I don't think this shows up on the timeline, but I'm just going to make it this plastic here, this slightly lighter gray plastic. And I need to do the whole object, all the body component. There we go. One warning, material cannot be added. Yeah, I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Software. God, it's like highlighting all this ghost stuff in the background that's not there. Close. Okay, let's go and view everything now. Oops. Nope, nope, nope. Show all bodies. Show all components. And then I need to go back into the circuit board. I need to go into... Oh, I gotta scroll down on this list. Sorry, let me, I'll read comments in just a sec. Small DOS assembly. PCB small. Why are there two? Version 2. No, there's nothing in there. Oh boy, these drawings are a mess. Version 13. Packages. And you go all the way to the bottom, and there's a couple of these things that just render as boxes. That connector is not a box, that's not a box, that's not a box. Here they are. See, these SMD pads have a box sitting above them. I could like use a wire as a 3D render for that. I mean, really, they should just get nothing. So hide that one, hide that one, hide that one. They're good for like basic clearances, but a lot of the time you don't need these. Why are they not hiding? They're clearly still there. Oh, because they're on this circuit board too. Oh god, what a plague. All right, so yeah, that's all of those. What are the other parts? Yeah, those are fine. Good, good, good. All right, so back up to the top of that one. Everything is getting very slow. So I need to go to the gyro packages. The universal show commands, ignore that I've hidden them in the sub-assemblies. Okay. that's all that. All right, so now everything has been inserted properly. Everything has been designed properly within the timeline of this device. I'm ready basically to 3D print the new parts. And I actually bought red filament, so I can print them out in red if I need to. Hold on one sec. Let me just get up all the way to here. Unview that. Now there's one thing we forgot, which is to bore out the servo saver area, just to make sure that there's no conflicts up here. There shouldn't be, but I kept a radius around it just in case. So I want to make sure to honor that radius around this piece. It shouldn't physically conflict with anything. It just means that there needs to be a little support material on the 3D print. I guess I could have carved something fully around it. It's fine. All right, so let's take the servo saver and let's rewind the timeline to where? Where's this chamfer? Which one is that? That's up here. Yeah, that's on this stuff. So that's the motor plate. We want to go all the way back. To here. Yeah, before we add the screws. So I can go to here, and I will hit extrude. Let's get a good view of that. Get a good view of that. Hit E for extrude. Actually, I only need to extrude that part. We'll just make that cut through a solid. I could make that going backwards, but I don't really need to. I could, like, chamfer it. I could go backwards a little bit and chamfer it. Or I could just leave it the way it is. Just this awkward cut. I don't know. Hey, Chimera. Yeah, we should probably extrude it backwards a little bit. We'll just go through the whole thing. Actually, that'll go through too much, won't it? I can't see. There's too many things in the way. It gets a little awkward over there. Yeah, that's a little weird. I can, like, chamfer my way out of it. We'll do that, and then let me unview the servo and see what we can do here. KST, there it is. Okay. There's just so much stuff in the way. It's hard to create this stuff. Now, what can we do about that? Chamfering is sexy. Yeah, you know, lends a little bit of credibility to the design. What is that doing? It's just like smoothing it out. What does that look like? That's a little awkward. I could leave it. Be better if it was concave, right? I don't know. I don't really need to care about that. I can just leave that the way it is. I mean, that could also just be a solid piece too. Yeah, let's not do that. Maybe I can extrude it a little less and just give a little bit more material there. Give it 0.75 millimeter just to kind of figure itself out. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. We'll leave that alone. I don't need to over-design that part. Literally a part that is in the center of the model that nobody is going to see ever. And I know we'll know it's there, but still. All right, take that all the way back to the front of the timeline. Oh, and then view the servo again. Okay, and so I've created a model with all of my parts in it. Oh, I forgot to unview this. This is not part of the assembly. This is just in view right now. This piece right here. That would be inside of the front, what is it, steering linkage? Yeah, servo link. Ball joint, no ball. Bodies. ball. There we go. That ball joint has a different mount on it that takes up less space. It's, I mean, the whole entire assembly is different, right? You know what'll keep you up at night? No, I'm not going to think about it. I know it's there. I hate it. It might not even be necessary, to be honest. Like, it might rub just a tiny little bit, and it's going to create all kinds of awkwardness for the 3D print. I'll live with it, but yeah, it might not even be necessary to do that. But yeah, so, okay, we're, like, this is, like, ready to go. I'm ready to print this whole thing out. I might need to, you know, narrow that post a little bit. But again, if I need to do that, all I need to do is go into the sketch and just say, hey, instead of 0.1, let's make it 0.2, and it'll make smaller of a post. I also need to make sure that these things print properly, which is that's a task in and of itself. That has its own set of annoyances to it. But that's going to print flat on the bed. The new bottom piece is going to support it. It doesn't look as fancy as it did before, but this whole stack of stuff is going to hold up all of my things, all of my controller things. Whew, that is a tight tolerance right there. If I need to move that circuit board, though, I go back in time and I move it. That's as simple as it is. All right. So it looks like the mechanical stuff and the electrical stuff for the RC car is mostly worked out. The things that I'll need to do when I get the board in is obviously assemble it, give it a good test, make sure it works. I'll have the 3D prints ready to go. I'll need the connectors that I'm still waiting for. Juarez Enrique, thank you for following. You don't sound like you're one of the evil profanity bots, which is nice. So I'm going to get matte black circuit boards. I'm going to be able to solder wires directly to it to connect the motor and the power source. The power source is going to be wired into the switch and then have a connector, obviously, for the battery. So there will be a connector rattling around in this space here. Once I get all that stuff done, I'll be ready to friggin' race this thing around a little bit and just see whether or not it works. After that, I want to start looking at the bodies. Ah, Venice. Thank you for following. Ah, the French wine. At that point, once I get this thing in and tested, working, functioning, and running, I need to start looking at bodies for this thing. I need to figure out what kind of car I want this thing to look like. I don't need to use the big wide truck tires, although I like them. I would like to find a body that fits. I think the only thing that really fits really well is the Rally Fighter, because you need big wheels on whatever car it is. So it'll look like, I mean, it's weird because there's like no ground clearance at all. It's kind of a little bit of like a drifting chassis. There's like no ground clearance and like truck wheels. So it's like I could put an F-150 body on it, but it would look horribly lowered. I'll have to search around for good bodies because there's a lot of good 3D render, like 3D car body stuff out there. A lot of cool stuff that you could do with that sort of thing with a 3D printer. Like if I had been into the slot cars lately, you can just print out bodies for slot cars. It takes like a couple hours to print out a body for one. So you could get the little Miata slot car and then you could put any body on that chassis. That's cool. Especially to a kid. Like, that's awesome. Like, hey, you know, get your nephew and be like, hey man, we got slot cars, like what kind of car you want to race around? and then you can get the files and you can like print them out. One of the things that I want to learn is using the T-splines in Fusion360, wrapping them around an SVT, I read that in chat, an STL, somebody said SVT Lightning, I just read it, my brain said acronym, three-letter acronym, and the first thing that it saw, I went blah, 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 and like, that's gonna get me in trouble one day. Yeah, one of the things that I'm gonna be able to do is take an STL from like Thingiverse, where people are posting tons of this kind of stuff. You know, they'll make it in whatever rendering program they want to, and then put it online. I can get that body, and if I can wrap that in T-spline for Fusion360, I can then manipulate the body in more of an engineering kind of way. I can make fenders and widen the wheel wells, which is going to be important for these big guys right here. But yeah, okay, so far so good. Everything has kind of taken the abuse that I've thrown at it pretty well. As long as we respect the timeline, don't screw up the timeline, and everything will work out. Supposedly, I mean, you know, whatever. But once parts come in, I'll put the money where my mouth is. I also would like to try to figure out like a little frame that'll go on this section of the board and hold up these two. Does Fusion do STL to spline pretty well? You can get it into mesh tools, but in order to do mesh tools, you have to turn off the timeline. I want to get it into T-splines, and I need to figure out how to do that. I don't know. Chester Willard says he's had a hard time getting a workflow in that direction. There are videos online that I need to check out. I'll need to watch some videos online. So I won't do it while biking, but I do need. God damn it! There's another thing that was viewed that wasn't supposed to be. I should go into these files and just get rid of this part because this part is obsolete. Let me do that. Let's go into those files. Let's alter a couple of our devices. Jesus Christ! Of course I'm so. Okay, let's go into some of the files and just make sure that this stuff is proper. So WL Toys, spring pin. Could probably redesign this spring pin. It would be better if it was metal, although this is the fusible link in our design here. This is the thing that breaks. Bodies, spring pin, original, delete. Yes. Okay, that's all I wanted. This is the good design. This is the one that works, and it's got the location of all the holes that I need. Control S. Good. Let me go back to this design. And it goes, oh my God, everything is broken. Look at all these not up-to-date parts. And you just go, all right, update. Jarhead2311, thank you for following. Am I going to get like a follow every 15 minutes for the next month, and then I'll get the hate spam? Is that how that's going to work? I do think in school we downloaded point clouds of wing profiles and turned them into a spline surface, though. Ooh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I never had the advantage of getting Yeah, see this, Kurt Cool Beans. Thank you for following. I never had the advantage of having like the class center around this kind of stuff. I think that's kind of cool if you could take the point splines in. If I could have done that with the steering wheel, we could have made the centerpiece of the steering wheel a lot easier. We tried a lot of 3D scanning stuff, and none of it really worked very well. Body 13. Body move in. Rename that. Let's rename that. Where's rename? Can't find it. I'm just going to click. There we go. Servo bar. Let's call it the servo bar. So, all right, that one was updated, so now there's no longer stuff sticking out of it in a weird way. The other one that I wanted to update, which one was it? Oh, yeah, the screw, the 3mm screw needs less of a chamfer on it. So let's go to the RC cars, and then I've got screws. I have different folders for, like, generic parts and stuff like that. I've been avoiding spoiling it, but I've been reading a bunch on structured light scanners and just bought another camera. What do you mean spoiling it? Oh, when I get it to work, I'll share it on Discord. Okay, yeah. That's that would be cool. All right, that right there. We want less of a chamfer on that. We'll take that down to like, how's that look? Does that look like the screw itself? The screw itself is very little. We'll do that there. That's about right. For these are panhead screws. Artsplunge, 24 months. Hey, thank you for subbing. Let's put you up on the board. Artsplunge. Wait for Artsplunge to go into the API. Any minute now. I'm gonna burp and I can't mute. Oh God, oh God. All right, that one wasn't loud. Twitch? Twitchy, are you keeping up, Twitch? Hey, Twitch. Hey, Twitch, hey, buddy. Hey, hey, Twitch, good buddy. Twitchy, twitchy, twitch. Artsplunge, what did you do? I don't know who to blame. Because it'll come, as soon as I give up, it'll come through. Dude. Did we get another API error where, like, it thought Artsplunge was cheating? Because they probably are. All right, let's get to the bottom of it. I thought last time Artsplunge tried to sub. Well, let's put that to the test. Let's see if Artsplunge is in a weird place. Let's not upgrade yet. No, it's not the board's problem. It's the name or how it exists within the database. Turn off and on again. Wait a minute, which one's the... Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. Open and putty. Screen. Yeah, -R. Maybe the API is really slow. WebSocket log. See, I just resubbed a bit late, and Twitch just announced my 24-month sub when I think I got my 24th burnt a week or so ago. You see, we can find this in the logs. Context resub. Name was last seen in 25 days. So Control F, backwards direction, Artsplunge. I don't know what it means to splunge on art, but I think it's something that people should do every now and then. All right, Artsplunge is here on line 8395. Still 8395. And now we're on line 8363 with another Artsplunge. This one burnt because it's older than 25 days, but that was on 8/26, which was Thursday of last week. So yeah, that's what I would have found out in a couple minutes if Artsplunge didn't come clean. But yeah, that's so Twitch sometimes gets a little weird with the way that they let you announce your subs. And Artsplunge was taking advantage of that, which is totally acceptable around here. Look, you guys, like, we may say filthy cheaters and all that kind of stuff, but like honestly, like, find the exploit, because as soon as you find the exploit and let us know, then we can fix it. We've had people find the exploits in the past, and we've fixed it. That's why we have this little gauntlet of rules that all the names have to go through in order so that they can end up on the board properly, and so we can actually get people who actually sub to the board and want to be up there, and the people who cheat get caught. I don't announce my resub. Twitch did it automatically without my consent. Does it, though? Does it do that? I don't think it does. Did you hit enter a bunch when you got into the chat room? Because I've never seen... Listen, I use Twitch. I'm subbed to one person. They don't automatically announce it in any way, shape, or form. Well, maybe things on, like, cell phones differ, don't they? Weird number of people watch the stream with a cell phone, which I don't understand, but to each their own. Yeah, it's all consensual. Twitch does that. I've had it happen before. I have never once, not even remotely, because there's always been a dialog box that you can ignore. That's news to me. Okay, let's update external reference. I'm not saying I'm right, by the way. I'm just saying I don't know. I'm not saying I'm right by any means. All right, so our circuit board is in position. What's that? If you resub late while watching the stream, that seems to happen. I'll have to see. I never put that stuff to the test. If I actually like mess around with Twitch, I could probably recreate some of that stuff. I never do. So yeah, I've never had that happen because I've never tried to recreate that. So I got 3 points of contact here. 3 points of contact. Twitch themselves probably put... Ain't that the freaking truth? Yeah, Twitch probably didn't even test it themselves, so they don't know that they have a non-consensual sub announcement. People try to fly in under the radar, and I'm totally cool with that. You can try, as best you can. You could try to not announce that you pay me lots and lots of money on the side, but yeah, it seems like they haven't really vetted that out as much as they could. Okay, yeah, so what we got here are the two daughter boards which will either get double-sided taped or have like their own frame. I'm not sure how I can engineer that because these parts, I'm not 100% confident. The chips aren't exactly the right chip. They may be a little larger or smaller than the chip that actually goes there. They were random SparkFun parts that I just sort of moved into the board. You can see their pads are kind of messed up. Like, what's going on there? It doesn't matter because they're approximately the right size of the board so that it gives us an idea of what we can design around. But now, in the near future, I would like to make something that will at least hold these up and in place. Maybe something that snaps into place. So I'll have to think about that. But our circuit board is in. It's got screw posts. It has a mount that holds down the servo that presumably does not interfere with the servo. Gives it a little bit of air too. It's got a 3 points contact. It shouldn't twist in there. And it should be able to take a little bit of force, even though, you know, this part isn't locked down. So when this thing gets pulled, it is at the maximum. I didn't think about this. When the model's spinning in the air, when it's spinning through the air, when I get it to spin on a turn, this is the maximum amount of torque out here. And that's the part that has the post and not the screw hole. I think it'll be okay for a little plastic model. I think that'll be okay. But yeah, once I print out those parts, I'm basically just waiting for circuit boards. It's gonna be like a week or two until I get the circuit boards. So yeah, 3 points of contact. Don't lose your grip. Actually, 3 points of contact is about not falling, right? You always have 3 points of contact, and that way you're less likely to lose grip completely and fall. All right. I may want to reprint this piece, this collar back here, because it's putting the motor under a little bit of pressure. I could use a little bit more space, or I could just file down the plastic parts that I already made. I have red filament, so I'd like to reprint the red parts in red. Everything else on this model is metal. That's what I mean about this piece right here. This piece being a fusible link, because when this thing impacts something, that wheel is metal, the hub is metal, the ball joints and the A-arm are metal. This complicated differential housing is plastic. So all in all, the best piece to take the brunt of all of that force is this thing right here. Wait, did these get discombobulated? What's going on here? When I updated the part, did it discombobulate? No, it looks combobulated. Oh no, it looks discombobulated. What's going on? Why are you like this? Huh. It looks like the part shifted over a little bit when I... Did I click and drag it by accident or something? That one looks okay. Check over here. That one looks okay. That one looks okay. Why did this one shift? That's a little weird. Let's go all the way back. Let's go back in time, chat. Plot thickens. What is that? Lunarsec. Hey, thanks for the follow. That's in the correct position. Where did it get messed up? Take it into the next step. All right, come on. Oh, I need to finish the position command. Oh, that's fantastic. It just moved again. What happened? Why did what the fuck? Wait. Why did you move like that? It's when I move, you move. Just like that. DJ, what did you do? You didn't bring it back. Why did it do that? All right, let's find a step where it moves. What? Oh, now you're... Okay. Maybe... Did I move it after the fact and then it just kind of like stuck? That's weird. I'm scared. Let's just save it right here. That's what happens when you hit 87,900... Wait, there's not enough digits on that number. 87.99. Okay, 88 miles an hour. I mean, these are off. These are supposed to clip just because that's a ball joint, and I don't feel like fully realizing what the ball joint's supposed to mount like. All I did was attach the ball joint to the end of that. In the real model, the geometries are all weird. There's camber and caster and all that stuff on these parts. These are a representation of what's there so that I can put a body on top of the car. And so the 3D model looks correct. That's really the whole point of that. You know, you got to pick your battles. I could motion map all this stuff to have all the collisions and stuff move around. It would be cool to do that, but I struggle with that so much that I don't know the workflow very well. If I knew the workflow like to a T, it would be really cool to model all of the different suspension parameters of this and everything. And then I could, like, you know, put real numbers into it. I don't think that's, I think that's a little too much engineering. I think just having an approximation of the location of the stuff will help me keep other stuff from conflicting with this stuff. I mean. So okay, that's that for the circuit board. Those are the updates that I wanted to do. I had a couple other things that I wanted to work on. One of them, namely, was figuring out how to mount a tablet stand to my trainer, my bicycle trainer. I gotta find the tube mount that I have. I bought these tube mounts back when I was doing like brewing setups, and the brewing setup that I wanted to have would hold up like a big control box on a shelf with round poles. But the shelf with the round poles I got rid of. I got rid of all the big shelvings in here because I have so much more stuff. I rearranged how everything went together, and I made this a little bit easier to look at. So I ended up with a couple of these big steel sort of tube mounts. They're actually for mounting big LED arrays to the top of like off-road vehicles. Why is there... I'm getting lag. I'm going to close fusion360. I keep noticing these little bits. You guys probably can't see it because you're viewing everything after encoding, but like I'm looking up at myself and my head jerks for just a second there, and that should not happen. So we're going to close Fusion. I'm going to take all that stuff. I'll export STLs. By the way, I've shown it before on stream, but you should know that when I export the drawing for these devices, I just right-click on the body and I go save as STL, and I just use the default settings. That's all it takes for this thing to create a good STL that you can then take into like Prusa and create an actual 3D part with. Well, I missed the context of the joke. People will, does that mean fission? And I'm like, my brain has already moved on because I am desperately clinging to coherency on this stream to try to get to the end of a sentence and have it make sense. That's my reality. This is the world that I live in. So by the time you guys type something and there's that 3 or 5 second delay until it appears in my chat, I am 6 subjects beyond that. Hey, Gonad, how long have you been here? Did you see the RC car stuff? We got it pretty well along. I've ordered circuit boards. All the parts are on the way. We'll have a lot of stuff to do in the near future. I'm already thinking about the next joke. You got to let them come organically. I'm going to epoxy. I bought carbon fiber rods, and I bought black epoxy. I'm not going to use cyanoacrylate. I'm going to use black epoxy, and I will glue bits of these into these holes and then re-drill them so that I can have proper hole distances on this thing. Time dilation is brutal. It is. No, and I fully understand it. Back in the day when I'd watched previously recorded live, the Red Letter Media guys doing their stream, I actually was in Northern Virginia, which is right near a major internet distribution server. So what I was able to do, they would be like, because this was before like Twitch had built-in like raffles and stuff like that, or before Nightbot had raffles and stuff. So they would try to select names from chat, and they would do it by having you answer a trivia question. Well, I was right near the internet backbone, so I would hear them ask the question, type it, send it, win the contest. Happened so many times that the mods were like, can you stop participating? That's why those features are so good. If you're trying to like get chat names from your chat list, people that have been chatting, chat, you can do that now with automated tools. Even though I don't think those guys would have learned how to use them, but they would be very useful. So we've got parts on back order for this. Raffle hacks. I wonder if there are raffle hacks. Parts that are on back order. We've got the button. That's not on back order. The housing for the servo connector. And then N-channel MOSFETs are on back order, but those should come in. So if I can get those housings, we've got like a week, maybe 2, until I see the circuit boards. So I'm working on automated stuff, all utterly useless, but should be fun. Yeah, the amount that people want to contribute to this show in terms of automated stuff is incredible. I'm humbled by it, but I'm not going to use any of it. I got to put that out there because I've seen a lot of people working on tools that might be pertinent to this stream. I'm not going to use any of it. I need to, I'll need to come up with my own stuff because it's too often that somebody will come up with something and then it'll fall to the unupdated software pile that I can't get into. All right. First things first. I want to try to get this tablet mount done. Mathon, thank you for the follow. I would like to try to make a tablet mount that goes onto the front of my bike. So these things that are designed to hold up LED light bars on like off-road vehicles. It's like this big collar. I'm using one on my desk chair to hold up the steering pedals when the time comes. So let me try to find the other one that I have. I think I put it aside for this project specifically. I should be able to find it. It's just going to require a little bit of poking around from me. If I could poke around in the right spot, I'll probably find the part. I think it probably ended up in a bin behind me. I'm going to shake my butt in front of the camera and go looking in the bins for something. It's not sitting over there. Yeah, looks like I'll poke around a little bit. Might be down here. This is more of a machining thing than anything else because I just need to mount. I need to mount thing to thing, and then thing will go on the front of the bicycle. Ah, Jesus. Getting attacked by parts of my own shop. There's another thing that I want to work on too in the near future, which is the sliding jig for the circular saw. Turn it into somewhat of a chop saw so that I can actually cut frame rails properly. That's what these parts are here. I don't see the clamp in any of this stuff. Yeah, it's not here. Okay. So it's not there, but I've got more places to search. More places to search. We're at a point in time where I've got a lot of little miscellaneous things going on, just waiting for parts. That always happens. You kind of get to a point where you're ordering parts and then your job is to wait. This is why overnight shipping is nice. Okay, not seeing it. What about here? Nope. I knew somebody would sub just when I started to walk over here. Who dat going up into the board? Fat and On gifting a sub to Greve360. Those are predictable. Change the camera over. Hello, there we go. Greve360, welcome to the board. Thanks to Fat and On. Oh God, you're destroying somebody else. You've murdered him. There's no going back. You need to get out of here. You need to run before the police catch on. Where's the name? Hold on, I'm trying to get focus on this. Where did it end up? We're on the wrong... I think it's to the right, right? Guild Pyro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on, I gotta find out where that is. I lost track of it. Yeah, I thought it was that, but it's not. Right there. Greve360, you killed Pyro. What are you doing? Why did you do that? Welcome to the board. Kurt Cool Beans. God damn it. That's a hell of a Twitch name. Yeah, man, this is the board. People who sub or people who gift subs, hence why Dr. Disrespect is on the board at all, get put onto the board. So if you sub or if you gift a sub, it will end up there. Okay, back to looking around the shop for this mount thing that I'm basing the rest of this thing off of. Hey, focus on that. Go to the face cam, because that way you can actually see a little bit more around here. And continue the search. The thing is, like, I know that it was out, and I know I put it aside for weeks. Because I was like, yeah, I'm going to get back to exercising. By the way, this whole thing is just because I went to the fucking doctor, and even their scales said that I gained a shit ton of weight. I need to get rid of that, and I need to get back to being active. So I'm sure as hell not going to eat less. So I need to find that mount, and then I can put my Switch on the bike, and then I'll have something to do while I bike. Which, to be fair, I'm a little disappointed in the Switch for the number of what do you call it? Indie games that are available on it. Just rig the scales. I can't rig the blood test that tells them that there are certain fatty things in my blood. So no, I'm not gonna cheat, because this isn't about numbers. This is about actual physiological things that are happening. But yeah, it'll mean that I'm not as bored while I'm on the bike. So I'll be able to sit there and bike my life away once again. Back in the day, I was on that thing 3 times a week for an hour. So I just got to get back into those habits, because it felt good doing that. I've just been a little bit too busy with other stuff, which is a terrible excuse. It's a really bad excuse, but it's all I got. Where did that fucking mount go? Where'd the mount go? I need that mount. It's not connected to the bike right now, is it? No. Is it near the bike? Hold on, I'm outside of the shop right now. I'm actually physically behind all the stuff in the shop. If you could see the window, I would be in the window. No, it's not on this shelf. Oh, it might be in here. What is this thing? Those are the pedals for the thing, and then I've got, oh boy, I got that bin that's full of scrap. And it kind of looks like it might be in there. Oh, you know what? No, 2 of them ended up with the automation stuff. That's right. Hold on, come back in, I'm back in. I'm back. Did you guys break anything while I was gone? Fat, I'm not joking. What's the problem here? I'm taking artichoke powder to unclog my liver. What? Working 5 pounds off in a week, in 1 week? Artichoke powder to unclog your liver. I ain't no doctor, but that sounds a little weird to me. All right, where's my... I don't think it's in this one. One of these bins is going to have the part that I'm looking for in it. I think it's going to be one of the larger bins. Let me just take some stuff off of the shelf over here. Start looking through. This tablet mount is sold for like truckers and stuff like that, so they can put a tablet up in their windshield and crash into stuff. No, not in that bin. That's not. Ah! Okay, hold on. You guys can't see what I'm doing, but rest assured, it's not lacking in physical comedy. Oh, what is that thing? I've been looking for that. Or have I? No, I know I haven't. That's not something I've been looking for. All right. Striking out so far. My welding torch. What's that doing? Yeah, that's a strikeout. All right, I gotta get back over here before my back gives out. Okay. I'm like bending every which way. Where did that piece go? Oh, there it is. Found it. It's on the one that was right. I was standing over. Hey, CosmoQuest, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. It's just food. Oh, okay. Ah, sorry. So we were working in Fusion360 a minute ago. We finished pretty much all the stuff on the RC car, and we're getting into me needing to exercise. Me need exercise. I gained a lot of weight over COVID. Not as much as one would think, but probably 10 pounds if I'm doing a conservative estimate. Ozzy Pajamas, thank you for following. And then you left the message. Yeah, we had to go to followers only because we had some scary stuff going on with certain follows from a bot that likes to render hate messages into a chat. So I had to go followers only mode, and it's with a heavy heart that I have to do that. I didn't want to do that. I mean, maybe my heart is heavy because of the weight I gained, which is another problem. So I gained a bunch of weight. It sucks because I looked at a picture of me from 2017. I actually had cheekbones behind my fucking face, which was nice. So what I need to do is get back to biking. In order to do that, I need to not be bored while stationary indoors on a bike. You could go biking outside. I don't want to go biking outside. There's people there and sun and I don't want to run around the neighborhood going, hey, bringa, I'm on a bike. I'd rather sit in here and play games on the Switch and bike around. That's where this comes in. So I went on Amazon. Emotes only went off air. I'm not doing that. It's just followers only chat. They can't really brigade with followers only. And if they start leaving messages, I'll key onto that and just ban them. We ban bots here anyway, so it should be okay. Offline chat is like, I want offline chat to be able to exist because sometimes people have questions and other people are around. Every now and then, people are around for that. I lost 10 kilograms in quarantine, and then I was underweight, so I gained 3. Congratulations to you, man. It's like, that is not the direction. Everybody likes to jump in and say, but I lost weight. All right, you lost weight. Good for you. Although being underweight is very bad, and I'm glad that you were able to gain back, hopefully meaningful pounds to that. But for me, I look like a witch's cauldron with arms and legs. I could probably power a small battleship for several days on the amount of furnace oil that my fat would provide. I'm getting sick of it. I lost all the weight in 2012, 2013. Got a lot of it back, lost a lot of it by 2017. But it's all back. It's all back. Only when you revert black, yeah. About the weight of an average American. Yeah, that's where I'm getting to. I'm almost at Clarkson's proposed average American weight, right? No, that was like 350 pounds. So yeah, I'm not quite there. How's it going, Syphilid 8? Veronica Cures here, Benwood Live. Have you ever looked into a walking desk? That would be so fucking dangerous. A walking desk here? Like, all right, let's get the knife out. Okay, okay, hold on, I'm walking. I gotta walk with this knife and I gotta make these cuts. And the blood would be everywhere. There would just be blood everywhere. On weight discussion, I'll be back later. No, so for me, okay, for me, again, my situation's not everybody else's situation, but for me, I just need to get moving at all. So in order to move at all, I need to spend like an hour a day on that bike. And if I start just literally pedaling very lightly on the fluid trainer, eventually I'll get bored enough that I will be biking for real. That's it. Walking while soldering. Walking while doing CAD might be all right. For me, it's going to be biking while gaming in the morning, in the early morning. And so in order to do that, I have this piece right here. There are more parts to these things. There are rubber inserts in there, but bicycle generating. Can we stop it with a good idea train and chat, please? It's like, I think you guys confuse me for somebody who needs answers. I know what I'm doing. Like, Man, back in 2011, 2012, I got myself to 100% lose all of the weight and get down to 200 pounds. I know what it takes. I know what I need to do. I don't, however, know the size of the hex key for this stupid thing. What? Wood box organizer. What's that? This thing? What are we talking about that? Okay, so anywho, what I want to do is mount one thing to the other thing, and then from there, sky's the limit, right? So for me, the solution is not the same as everybody else. I mean, a lot of people, you know, you strap a game console to something, they're not necessarily going to sit there and use it. I just figure that instead of having, I mean, I can even put a tablet on this thing. I cannot type today. That's all right. I can parse it out pretty well. We have enough people with English as a second language that I'm often in that situation. Well, you know, CosmoQuest asks, thank you for the raid. We were just switching topics when you guys got in here, so things are crazy. I feel I lost 55 pounds back in 2016. Don't worry though, I found them. Yeah, right? Okay, all right, everybody fucking okay, the good idea train is now suddenly in effect. I don't know what it is about my stream that people think that they need to invent everything all over again. I was thinking along these lines. I got some parts even to support this, is do a stream where I was biking, but the biking would actually control like Wreckfest. And so I could move the handlebars back and forth in order to stream, in order to steer the car, and then the amount of pedaling that I would do would be the amount of throttle. And I was thinking that that could translate into incentives for chat to use channel points to do stuff that would make me work out more or less. If I did that, or any of the other good idea train ideas that you guys are feeding me right now, that I don't need, I would never get to the biking part of this. I would never get to the bike. You have to understand, how long did it take me to make that steering wheel? That thing is a workout in and of itself. Maybe when I get to lifting a little bit more, I can use that thing to its fullest, break my desk. But if I did that, that would get in the way of me actually biking. This is borderline. This is borderline because, you know, soon isn't a day of the week. I need to get onto this fucking bike. I'm gonna die if I continue at this weight, right? That's how we're gonna treat it. That's how we're gonna treat it. It's not actually, well, it is almost that dire, but it is getting to be where I can just say, I'll die if I don't get on this bike soon. So that's how we're gonna treat it. Yeah, it would be a completely different project by the end of it if I let that take over. Now I would love to do that because I've got, you know, we could turn a 3-phase motor into a generator on the tire. I could do steering with the handlebars, and then I could build in a couple other things in order to push buttons and stuff like that. That is very doable, and it would be a fun project. But that gets away from me exercise time, you know? Well, you gotta keep chat from being able to make it a torture experience, you know? Thing to thing. That's as easy as this is. Problem is, this is such thick material. I need to get this mounted to it. How am I going to do that? I mean, I can break this plate off. Actually, I might not be able to break this plate off. I think these screws have enough Loctite in them. Look at that. They have one screw in the middle and then two on the sides to keep it from spinning. That is an extreme mount. I think I tried to get one of these off once and it didn't work. The one that's on the milling machine. So the question is, one mount to the other mount. I mean, I've got one giant hole in the middle of this plate. I could try to find a bolt that's going to take advantage of that hole and just put the ball joint on the end of that. That's one thing that I could do. So if we try to actually break this thing off, the question is whether or not it's actually going to, whether or not it's going to listen to us. Let's see here. See if I can find this. See if we can get this done. That's stripping the interior almost immediately. Too thin. Slightly thicker. Oh, that's gripping at least. It's gripping, but it's not undoing. Ugh, there we go. Got it. That's one. One of three. Try this one. Ooh, what does that smell? It's like a sharp, sweet chemical smell. Like a thread locker or like an oil. I can't tell. I don't know what that. It's a familiar smell though. Paint. It's a paint smell. So it's like an acetone. Oof. The fuck is that? It's a very sharp acetone smell. So one of the advantages of at least this screwdriver kit is that I've got a screwdriver that fits these Phillips heads exactly. And so it's not stripping them, which the last time I tried this, I totally destroyed the screws that I was trying to get undone. These are actually cooperating. It's not a goof off smell. No. It's much more like, that's why I was reluctant to say acetone at first, because it was it's like a sweeter component to it. Poison tamper proof. Oh no. Dear sir or ma'am, we are implementing a poison based tamper proof system. I think some kind of, if I put penetrating oil on this, it got into the paint. Because yeah, that's a paint issue right there. Or maybe they sprayed and assembled this too quickly. The electricians has already let the dogs out twice. Pure chaos. Oh no. I bet they're having the best day ever though. Molasses. No, it's like, this is the smell of paint that is not cured. Veronica cured. Okay, so I've got a central mount for this thing, and I got two side pieces. I don't know if I need to rely on the side pieces. I might be able to just do the central mount. If anything, I could put a grub screw in one of these and then maybe drill like a partial hole so that the grub screw will just grab onto this thing and it won't be able to spin. That's a good idea. Let's see if I've got grub screws. Veronica Cure says, I aim to please Cure? I don't know. I don't know which one it is. Let's look at the miscellaneous screw pile, because this project only deserves miscellaneous screws. What did I do with all the grub screws? I think they're in here. I don't know if I have grub screws of the right size, and I'm not about to buy a kit. We'll figure it out. My mute button still doesn't work. Maybe I can talk while burping. That's what just happened. Maybe then you guys won't hear the burps. I'm annoyed that this thing isn't connected properly, but my main camera disconnected. When it does that, I need to restart I need to restart Stream Deck, or I lose my focus buttons, and then it breaks mute, which is just amazing. Just amazing. Absolutely love it. Every second of it. Can't get enough. I just can't get enough of that. Wonderful studio production destruction. I still have those little standoffs from the video recorder because they're so nice. There are little springs on them. I'm so sad about that video recorder that Lone Star sent in. I was hoping we could do something with it, but it's just gonna sit in the wings until I have some kind of a project that requires like a rack mount case that has a lot of in and out on it. I don't know. All right, welcome to the Lego bin. Welcome to the Lego bin, where we sift through Lego until we find the parts that we need. That's probably not what we need. It almost fits. Actually, that's the right size. Wait a minute. This is way too large, though. Yay, Lego. Man, I would love to do a Lego stream. Back in the day, Jack Packard did a Lego organizing stream, and a lot of people joined him for it. That was one of the things that made me go, you know what? Maybe I could do electronics on stream, and people would actually really watch it. First try. Not quite. It doesn't quite fit. It's very, very close. Actually, that probably means that one of the screws from my kit, I would assume these are metric. One second here. I can probably find the right... Actually, that is a very large thread. Maybe I don't. Yeah, maybe I don't have the right size. Nah, my kit screws are smaller, and they're machine threads. An organizing stream would be epic. I don't know, man. I don't have Lego, though. That's the thing. We wouldn't be able to organize Lego. And organizing the shop is too much of a commitment. You can tell Fat is a dad. This is true. Yeah, like these are the... I think these are the kit size, but they don't line up with the threads on this. Totally different. So I need something like much different from what I've got in these bins. I might have to go elsewhere. I might have to go to the big bolt drawer. It goes in like one thread, which means it's not the right thing. But the one that looked like the right thing went in one thread. This thing does look very similar. Similar doesn't quite cut it, though. I mean, similar does cut the thread in the worst way possible. This is the same size. This has to be. It's not long enough for this piece, though. And actually, it'll just fall right through. I need longer, and I need washers. I want to do this in one step, you see. I want to make this as simple as possible. This thing will bolt onto either the handlebars or the fork of the bike, and then this thing will be suspended from it. Done, right? That's it. All I need to do is run the power cable out to the switch, and then I'm good to go, and I no longer have any fucking terrible little namby-pamby little excuses like I normally do. I'm not gonna do it because I'm a little tired today. Which, by the way, the doctor even... God, fucking doctor was like, you don't have enough iron in your blood, so you're probably tired all the time. I'm like, God damn it, don't give me these excuses. I need the larger bolt drawer. I need the larger bolt drawer. None of these are gonna do it. All right, big drawer, or big bin of big screws. The one that I've been holding on to for quite some time. I really don't want to have to measure these and actually find the right bolt. I'd rather do it like this. You know, just find something and slap it together and then roll from there. Then just pull your profile pic into OBS, getting somewhere with this. What are you doing with my profile pic? What are you doing here? What is this? Stop messing with stuff. No, I have too much iron. It's not enough iron. Come on, guys. Selective hearing, chat. Jeez. That's why I got to do the bag of blood every now and then. I got that coming up. I'm overdue for it. You guys just want to say that I should eat metal. Like, you guys are so predictable. So predictable. You should oil cool the bike that you're gonna ride on. I don't have anything interesting to say. Too much iron in the blood. The only way to get rid of it, too much iron. The only way to get rid of it is to draw blood. That's it. That's the size? No, it's not. It feels like everything goes in for like 2 threads and then stops. See how predictable you guys are? Like, Jesus Christ. Come on now. You can do better than this. I know you guys. These are not the right threads. Oh, this one has a... this one will cut its own threads. I gotta watch out for that. Yeah, see, that one fits perfectly. Oh, God, it held on to the screwdriver when I let go of it. No, it's a different health condition. I've got a genetic marker thing for that condition. My aunt had the same condition, and apparently she was like, you should get checked for this. And I was like, all right. So I told my doctor about it, and they're like, oh, that might explain some things. And then they did the test, and they were like, yeah, no, apparently you can't donate the blood, which is stupid because having extra iron in the blood is good for donations. If my blood was donatable, then I would just go donate blood every now and then. But I don't know, one thing with my blood, I guess, makes it not good for donations, and so I gotta throw away a bag of blood. Yeah, that one definitely went on the ground. Gotta toss out a bag of blood every now and then, you know? I could go get into, like, sword fights. That would probably do it. You know, every 3 months, just get into a pretty epic sword fight around here. Maybe, like, with the HOA or something. Lose a little bit of blood. Well, I mean, it is literally leeching. What sucks is that I get to pay them to take my blood. I could probably do it on my own if I could get medical supplies. Get the right medical supplies. Learn how to find a vein. Take some night nurse classes or something. Then you got a bag of blood you got to get rid of. You guys ever have that problem? There's never a good place to get rid of a bag of blood or 5. You know, it's really difficult to get rid of a bag of blood. You can just throw it out, but, like, that finds you eventually. Battling an HOA, yeah. It's a giant fight. Too much of a fight. I'd lose too much blood. I only need 500 grams. I don't think any of my screws are the right size. I think I'm starting to come to that realization that none of these are even remotely close to the right size. Some of them are, like, so close, it's a little weird. Right here. There's an airplane outside. Okay. I thought I heard, like, a compressor or a fan breaking. Just a fan. Ugh, I'm not gonna make blood sausage, no thanks. I know the Swedes are crazy about that kind of stuff, the Scandinavians in general. Blood sausage, it's so good. Okay, guys, whatever. I'm not too jazzed about that kind of stuff. Not blood per se, but they did get rid of the sharps container at work before the office closed and ended up having to toss the stuff I used for testing my blood sugar in the regular trash. Oh my God. That's like a whole string of violations, isn't it? Because you're supposed to call, and they're not even that expensive to call like a medical waste place and just say, like, yeah, we got a sharps container from like 1992. They'll be like, yeah, we'll be right over. That'll be like $100. And then you don't have to deal with, like, throwing out test strips that have dried blood on them. Anyway. Palt, yeah, yeah. All the Swedes I've heard, they talk lovingly about this stuff. I'm a little reticent to trust them on that one. I feel like I've had stuff with blood in it before. Maybe not sausage, but I feel like it was, and it was like kind of dry. I wasn't a big fan. I don't know the right size bolt for this fucking thing. What size bolt is this? I need to get to the bottom of this. What the hell is this thing? Let's find the actual size of that. Now, I've got 2 ways that we can find the size of that. We can either measure it with calipers, or we could use the generic, like, measuring things. You can eat it, but there's better stuff. Look, I'm not making look, chat, you fucking weirdos. I'm not making blood sausage out of my own blood that's higher in iron. because that's what got me into this in the first place. Like, fucking weirdos. But yeah, the blood sausage is not made from human blood. It's weird. And I think I've tried it before, but it's not that great. In my opinion, I'm just a weirdo. All right, so these things, I bought these. These are like the things that hang at a hardware store to tell you what size your screws are. I figured I'd get them just because they'll be fun to use. This would be the second time that I've ever used them. Throw in the compost. Ah, there you go. Blood-covered compost. That's going to cause an issue with like a kid biking by and noticing all this blood on the compost pile. We don't have a compost pile here. We really should. 1/4 by 20. No, see, it's not quite. Oh, yeah, it is. The worms will love it. Then they'll have a taste for human flesh. We don't want that. So it's 1/4 by 20. No meat, fat, or oil in the compost. Oh, so much for that. Yeah, doesn't that attract animals? Doesn't attract animals anyway. 1/4 by 20, which is not... I've got mostly metric stuff here. Didn't say it wasn't a downsize. I feel like these are 1/4 by 20. I thought these were English sized. Maybe I've just been like threading it wrong. 1/4 by 20. Where'd that go? 1/4 by 20. Fits perfectly. It tells the composter meat and oil coated pizza boxes. Huh. Yeah, pizza boxes, they can't be recycled, right? I think there's like a cross thread on this. I don't want to just power through it. Oils keep oxygen out. Oh, I see. All right, 1/4 by 20 tap. I don't know if I have. That's a big tap. Okay, let's see. Think. How am I going to do this? Well, the taps that I have, I think these are all metric. Grab this. These are all metric. I could just tap it into metric. And these are definitely all metric, so I'm not going to these. Just double check. Look at the one that's close. 1/4 by 20 is close to an English size, right? M6 by 1. I don't think so. Yeah, not even close. All right. Something. No. It's not something you'd see hanging at the hut of a witch doctor. This is something that you see hanging at a hardware store. Roll the bones. I once caught these thread sizes on the bayou. Dried them out. Hung them up by my door. Keeps evil spirits away. Cyber witchcraft. No, these are like a hardware store thing. I think I saw them at an Ace Hardware and I was like, hell yeah. Gotta get me some of that. All right, so I think this is starting to cross thread just from my testing out different thread sizes with it. I guess I could probably power through it. How thick do I need this to be? Oh, okay, so that'll grip just at the right size, assuming that I haven't totally ruined the threads. And that bolt head would probably butt up against this. It should get a washer, just to be nice. Just to be nice to what I'm about to do to it. And then I can bolt it in real tight. Now I could do a guiding, like an index hole on this, right? And there's an index hole there. I could also like find a piece of threaded stuff that would stick into there. I don't think I got grub screws that are large enough. I don't feel like cutting a bolt. Although it would keep that from spinning, I can bolt this tight enough that if it spins, I'm putting too much force into it anyway. That's right. This here to ward off the magic blue smoke. I think this might be the washer that I want to go with, unless a little bit more restrictive. Basically, the only reason that I got the washer here is so that the bolt doesn't damage the paint. That's it. That's the only reason I really got that. You know, you got a sliding surface that the bolt can cinch up onto, and hopefully it doesn't distort too badly when I tighten it. That's a little bit of a problem. I got like a thread and a half sticking on the other side. Is that not the same thread as using camera tripods? Maybe. Yeah, I think so, actually. I don't think I have... I think I got rid of the old tripods that I had. This is not quarter, this is a larger metric size. Wish it was, though. This is like a really nice cap head. This is like a 6mm cap head. I think it's stainless steel. Really high quality. I forget where that came. Oh, motor. This came from Big Electric Motors. They use nice hardware with those things. It's nice to have nice hardware. I don't have nice hardware. I have miscellaneous stuff that I've gotten from random bullshit over the years. I need a slightly longer one of these. I think I got it. I got a bunch of sizes of this stuff. This is not the right size. Main purpose of the washer, protect the paint. Yeah, I guess so. This would actually be the perfect washer to use. If I had a long enough bolt head. Spread all that weight out. Actually, you know what? No, I don't need one that's that big. I just need enough to cover the edges of the bolt. Okay, where... You know, I was finding one of these a second, and now I can't find any. Maybe just because I'm looking for longer ones that don't exist. Maybe they don't exist. Maybe it's Maybelline. This one's out of the question. This is such a weird piece of hardware. It's like this little shallow 1/4 by 20 with a Phillips head on the front. Sorry, with a flat head on the front. Let me just verify that I can't use it. Oh, god damn it. It's exactly the right size. It's exactly the right size, but I really don't want to use it because it's such a weird bolt. That's too far. Yeah, that's too far. So I can't use it. I can't use it. I can't use it. I'll have to wheel the bike in a minute so that we can actually mount this thing to the bike. I'll get the bike, I'll get the switch, see if we can't wire up the whole thing. Maybe it should live in here for a little bit, just so I can get back into the habit. Even if I come down late, I'll have to get on the bike. It'll be my morning routine. I used to get up at like 4:30 in the morning, take a quick shower, just because my hair is all over the place. Go to the gym, take another shower, and then my day would start. Play a lot of GTA back then. I should have gotten into GTA roleplay. I would have had so many more viewers if I did that back then. I didn't know if I'd even stream back then. I can't find a larger bolt, though. This seems to be where I'm limited. I'm limited by the technology of my time, Tony. Okay, let me put this one on here. I'm just gonna roll with it, and we're just gonna send it. It needs a much larger washer. It needs a much larger washer. I chose just some rando washer from whatever was around. We'll use this one. Yeah, these are the little things here that I'm doing. All right, this thing's pissing me off. It's like barely gripping on a stripped thread. I do wish I had like a little standoff or something that I could put inside of this, but I definitely need a longer bolt. God damn it. Why can't I find a bolt? All right, hold on. Let me see if we've got a 1/4 inch by 20 somewhere else. I need more than 2 threads to go in. Oh, and so we found the source. The source of all of these. None of them are, they're all the same length. All these 1/4 inch by 20s. Oh my god. There's so many of them. They're all useless. They're all dead to me. Larger bolts, larger bolts, larger bolts, larger bolts. Looking, not seeing anything. I've got just like a bunch of miscellaneous stuff that just kind of like sits in those little bolt drawers. There's definitely something wrong with those threads. They seem to be stripped. This one is not useful. It's the same size though. These I think are for optical bench. I think these are all for an optical bench. There's a lot of them though. They're cap head. Maybe I just ordered them badly a long time ago. All right, I'm not finding hardware in that drawer. Time to move on. Now, if they are just camera mount threads, this would be the same size. That's not, no, this isn't really useful. Unless I've got a bolt that's like way longer. That's still, okay, all right, this is getting stupid. Wait a minute. This is totally stupid. There we go. Nope, I'm not doing this. Nope, no. No, all right, get it out of there, get it out of there. Wait, is there an opening at the top of this thing? Did they thread it all the way through? They did not. So something is screwed into something else, or maybe they... Oh, I see. So it's just a plunge into the material to get that hole done. All right, let me see here. Looking for more mounts. And they are camera-sized threads. So there's a potential for me to have like a grub screw or something. Here's another misc bin. We'll look in there for a minute. Ugh. Get myself situated back over here. Yeah, nothing camera sized. This is mostly washers, and a bunch of standoffs and stuff. You know, when it comes to like the larger mechanical things, I found that I do very severely lack hardware for this sort of thing. It seems like whenever I try to do something with the larger sized mechanical stuff, I end up having to like order bolts or something like that. And of all the times that I've done it, I haven't really saved up a supply of them. Yeah, I hate to have a bolts bin stream, but that seems to be what's happening right now. Welcome to my bolts bin stream, where we bin bolts stream. I mean, I'll get more threads if I just do the bolt directly. It's just these mounts too are like way too thick. I mean, if I just take a ratchet and I ratchet that down, is that going to be enough? I think it will be. You just take a wrench and wrench it down instead of a ratchet. Because I don't have a ratchet on hand right now. I'll just do this. So this will be prone to popping out, but it probably will be all right. If I get enough force on that, nope, it immediately loosened itself. Like right away, like immediately loosened itself on even the smallest semblance of drama. It just got the hell out of there. Yeah, it's like sliding. It should be, so the base piece should be sliding when I twist it instead of the whole thing. That's where the indexing hole is going to come in. So I guess we're gonna need to do an index hole on this, because this will mount up really nicely, and I can probably use this even though not enough threads for my purposes are going into this thing. I can't really wrench this down, so what I'll do is I will put an index hole on this, and then we'll probably have to end up cutting a piece of hardware in order to get that to fit. Problem is I don't have room for a washer, so I'm just gonna chew up the other piece. I could take like the end mill and mill this down a little bit. I don't need this much material on this piece. I mean, this thing, geez, this thing is designed to have like your whole truck land on it. I don't really need that. Let's find out what these other bolts are. What are the sizes of you guys? These little things right here. And then what we can do is find a piece of hardware that matches that size, and we can include it, and I can cut it off. and just have a little post sticking up. Unless I've got a grub screw that size. So I got a grub screw that size, there's always a possibility of there being a grub screw of exactly the right size. Like, there's a big grub screw in this, but I think that's larger than... Yeah, that's larger than that. This is smaller than that. Of course, that means I'll have an uneven number of grub screws sitting in this thing, and I'll be like... One day, I'll be looking for just the right even number of grub screws, and one of them will have been dedicated to whatever the hell this project is. This project, what is designed to get me back into the habit of biking in the morning. If I treat it correctly, this should be successful in doing so. This is like a little bit close, isn't it? This is a little claustrophobic for the screw search. It's a slightly different view, though. As long as I stick to the center, you guys get enough light. That is definitely not the right piece of hardware there. Streamer shows off all of his screws on camera. Call the police! This is a hell of a thing. So this right here was designed to just hold a weight. It just holds a weight off of a grub screw. So there's a washer, sorry, there's a gasket right there, and then the other end has been epoxied shut. And this one actually does have a grub screw. We'll have to see if this is the right size. There are a bunch of loose grub screws as well rolling around in here. So it's either that or one of those. But I think this might be too small, because we're trying to match this. Yeah. One thing that I could do, instead of matching the size accurately, is to screw one of these in there and tap it. And then I could add that little screw, and then that would just go into the threaded hole for this one. But I'd rather do the threaded grub screw here and then drill a hole on the other piece to match that. It's a mountain bike, but I put a road tire on the back because that mountain bike has not seen mountain biking in decades. Same friend who bought the same car as me. We used to go mountain biking on Kelly River Drive. We go all the way out, and then we go off into the trails at the park. But we haven't done that since college, a little bit after college. So I basically have that bike, but it's on a fluid trainer. So it feels like you're on just a completely flat plane, but you're biking ever so slightly uphill all the time. So I can take it at my own leisure. As long as I'm moving my body, that's all that really matters. That's all that really matters. And then eventually I'll get bored and I'll start biking harder once I get used to that. And that's really where all the weight loss comes in. I mean, it's calorie in, calorie out, right? There's no better a system. That is just what it is. It's math. But then I get pissed off because a lot of my friends will break everything down into calorie in, calorie out. Like that's all that's happening with weight gain and loss. And it's not, because there's a big mental component to all of this stuff. You need to know what your habits are and how to game them in order to get yourself back into the swing of things. So, not the same threads, probably metric, but it is large enough that I believe it will keep the thing from spinning if this is sticking out. And I guess that's what we'll rely on. That's the wrong camera. Here's the camera. That's all I need. It's just something to keep it from spinning, and then we can just get that thing in there. Now I can go find hardware for this thing. I can find the correct hardware. I'm just trying to use the resources that I have at hand in order to get myself on that bike tomorrow. So that's what's important, is just start. Soon is not a day of the week. The thing right here. And then the grub screw. Yeah, so that'll fit in that one. What about the grub screw hole? Is that threaded? Hold on, let's take a look at this. No, I'm not going to use the 3D printer for this. This isn't a 3D printer project. We use it on just about everything else. We use it enough that I don't have to use it on every single project. It's all right if it's okay not to 3D print stuff, chat. This is that. It's like old. It's already dried. It's that old paint. Shogun! Thank you for following. Yes, it's okay. The load times. Thank you for following. My favorite day, tomorrow. Yeah, right? No, I'm getting on the bike tomorrow. You guys check up with me on Discord, and if I haven't been on the bike, you guys are allowed to unsub or berate me in any way that you see fit. I at least want to do a half an hour tomorrow. 45 minutes is usually good for starting out of nowhere, but half an hour is probably the minimum that I will allow. 15 minutes is really if I'm really not feeling it. If I feel like sick or anything like that, I'll do 15, but not sick like actually sick, just sick from exercise, like, you know, like my body's really not ready for it. I need to get this bolt out of here. The two threads are meshing and it's not helping. The 3D printer spirit will be angry. No, oh, it fell out. Listen, I know makers tend to grow beards and 3D print goddamn everything, but it helps to be able to do projects without a 3D printer. Anything less than 10 miles, I'm going to flood the Discord with cat pictures. No, listen, guys. No. Listen. Stop. Listen. Everybody fucking stop and listen to me. That's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. You don't, at least for, okay, everybody's different, but for me, that's not how you do it. You don't go, I am going to go 500 miles biking, or I've failed. Because you'll fail, and then you'll not do it again. Get on the exercise equipment and do whatever. It doesn't matter. Getting on it, or just even getting in the right mental space to get on it, is what's important. You do not want to set goals. You don't want to tell other people your goals. You don't want to give them something to annoy you with. You don't even want to tell other people that you're exercising, because eventually it's going to start to work and people are going to start looking for a secret from you as to how you started to lose weight. And the only thing that you have to tell them is, I did it with perseverance and by gaming my own mentality. That's the only answer. I gamed my own mentality, I had perseverance, and I burned more calories than I ate. And that's it. And I did that over time. And they're going to go, yeah, but what did you really do? I don't have any secrets. That's all I got. So what I'm doing is building a habit. 3 weeks builds a habit. Do it for 3 weeks before you change anything. 3 weeks, now you got a routine. And now you start to want to do it automatically. Even during the time, like I did this like 5-10 years ago, I still want to do it. Like, I still want to go back to the habit. It was crazy. There were times when I had to like drive home to Philadelphia from DC, and I was like, I should exercise before I go, just so that I'm feeling good and I'm not tired during the trip. And it worked. So, yeah, so what spells do you use? I could cut the head of this bolt off and we could just use that as our locating pin. I may do that because that's a larger drill bit. That'll be easier for me to drill. I'll probably have to use the drill press because I don't think I'm going to hand drill this very well. So we need to figure out what that distance is to the center, and then I'll get that size drill on it, and then I'll lop the head off of this thing. Because I think the pin's going to be smaller. It's not going to take as much force, but I'm going to have to thread it as well. And I don't know. Threading is just annoying. So yeah, let me do that. Let me we'll cut the head off of this bolt, make it just very shallow. I'll just screw it in right now. That unfortunately will be unadjustable once we get it in there, but that's fine. And then I'm going to find a drill bit that is that size, that is larger than that size. And then we'll roll from there. That'll be our locating pin. And then, oh, the distance. I need to figure out the distance. Calipers are on the other desk where I was doing 3D modeling. Calipers. All right, center to center. This thing was designed in inch, so we're gonna flip this over to inches, and then I'm gonna go approximate center to approximate center. 0.4. That works. It's all about getting those even numbers out of the thing. Sorry, my light was over there. You guys can't see. Yeah, if I go approximate center to center, that looks like 0.4 millimeters to me, or 0.4 inches to me. So 0.4 inches. How's that gonna work? There's absolutely no, it's so much easier to do millimeter math. Millimeter math. Well, luckily this thing has all kinds of wiggle room in it. What is that in millimeters? Okay, so it's like approximately 10 millimeters. Would 10 millimeters work? 10 millimeters? Kind of would. 10 millimeters center to center. So this thing is 10. So that means 5 from the edge. Five from the edge makes 10 to the center. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So I could just do a little radius here. Yeah, approximate. Everything is approximate with this project. So if I milled out the front there, I could do it. Or I'm just going to drill up here. I'll drill up here and then cut the head off of this thing. And that'll be our indexing hole. That should do it. I'm going to cut that off without using a Dremel. I hate using the Dremel. I'll have to use the Dremel. I'll have to grab the Dremel, bring it over here, and then cover everything in little chips of metal and stone wheel. Anyway, for now, let's go to the milling machine because I need to drill a long hole. You're looking long in the hole. Oh, wait. We're just going to move the spring arm over. Let me get this screw so we know the diameter. Diameter. I'm going to move this thing all the way over to here. All right. And get the bar out. Who used this fucking thing last? God, they didn't even clean up. Like, who does that? What kind of an animal? All right, open this thing way open because we're going to put this thing, I guess like that. Yeah, we'll do like that. Near enough makes no difference to 90 degrees. It doesn't need to be perfect. Ooh, my finger's cramped up a little bit. That's the other problem with exercise and diabetes is that there's all kinds of stuff that wants me to not exercise, and I got to fight it all. But once I get in the habit, the weight's going to drop off like you wouldn't believe. We need to get the shuck in there, and then I need to get, what do you call it? I don't need to perfectly center this. This is a drill press operation. So I'm going to get the drill bit in there. We'll get it as near to like that line as matters, and then I'll just plunge a hole through the whole thing. For the drill press operation, this needs to go very high up in the air. Need to add a like a stepper motor to this thing. A little winch motor that'll lift it up for me. Problem with those like the windshield wiper motors is that they have like a worm gear on them, so you can't crank them when they're not in operation. And I don't want to lock this down to having to be a mechanical operation. All right, I need this. I need this. I need this. These guys to release the drawbar and give it a little bop on the head. Bop. Drops that down. Put this in here. This is meant for one of those magnetic drills. Ow, I almost pinched myself on it. I couldn't find a collet for this specific shuck, even though I should probably get a better, more professional keyless shuck. This one is for like a hand drill. And then I need something that's going to drill out for the screw that I put down and immediately lost. What did I do with the screw? What did I do with it? Oh no. What have I done? What did I do with the screw? I can't believe I just did that. In the course of working with this thing, I put the screw down that I needed to size up somewhere, and I put it in a weird spot because I knew I would need it. And it's gone. God damn it. I'll get another one. I have two. Oh no, I don't know where the other one is. Uh-oh. Son of a bitch. First time seeing some milling happening? Ah, we do it all the time. Sleepy developer, I'm nearly 30 pounds down from my highest weight ever. Doc says if I lose 100 pounds total, I can be off all my meds, even the diabetic ones. Dude, that's awesome. I'm super happy for you on that. That is very cool. Unfortunately, I am a type 1, so I cannot get in that position. But the hardest thing ever for my doctors to do was take me off of blood pressure medication when I lost the weight. When I lost the weight, I had to go into the appointment and be like, can I please stop taking the blood pressure medication? And they were like shaking. They were like, what did you just say to me? What do you mean off the blood pressure medication? They love that shit. They love to just prescribe you more and more blood pressure medication at the doctor. Oh, this isn't working. Let's give you more and more and more and more. Yes, more, all the blood pressure medication. Well, no, eventually I got off of it by exercising, but it was tough for me to get them to fucking listen to me. Like, yo, I lost the weight. Can I get off the meds? Please. I don't know where I put this screw and I kind of need it. I'm kind of getting a little pissed off. What did I do? How did I manage to do that? Oh, there it is. Okay, it was under something. It was under the T-square. I found it. All right, so let's see if this is the right size. I mean, I could probably use a pilot hole, but at least stuff doesn't walk around when you use the drill press. Might end up with a negative blood pressure. Yeah, I know. Talking of diabetic, I lost 5 kilograms. Some intermittent fasting, doing okay. I guess I'm type 2. I haven't been fully diagnosed. Oh man. See, I can't do IF. I'm not allowed to. Fasting is kind of tough to do with diabetes. Type 2, or type 1 anyway. All right, so this is a good sized drill bit. It's a little bit of a tight fit, but I think I should be able to manage it. Up. Mine keeps pushing statins despite my cholesterol being normal. Yeah, what they want to do is protect your kidneys through the course of being diabetic. I mean, there's a justification for the drugs that they try to give, you know. They love those statins and stuff. What they want to do is they want to protect your kidneys at all costs. That's essentially it. So it does make sense, but I've had a lot of long conversations with doctors about that because it's really annoying, like, to perpetually be on blood pressure medication. Whole desk is shaking from that. All right, so do that, bring that out to there. We're very approximate in everything that we're doing today. That's near enough as makes no difference, but let's move it out a little bit. And then that's it. I just need to drill a whopping great hole right here. So you guys can pay attention to heat as I do this, so you can see the type of heat that the drill bit is subject to. I will not be using coolant. Now, the reason that I take this in stages is not to cool it down. The reason I take it in stages is in order to break the chips. I don't want giant chips in here because those big chips could provide a lot of friction against the drill bit. I don't really want to go all the way through, but I guess I can. I can go all the way through. Actually, wait a minute. If I go all the way through, it means that I can put that bolt on the other side if it fits. I don't know if it'll fit. I guess we'll find out. All right, so there's that hole. So before I move anything, let me get this out of the way by lifting it instead of moving it. I'm not going to move anything right now. I want to keep that hole indexed on the table. And give it a little brushy. I want to test fit the screw. What do kidneys have to do with diabetes? Quite a bit, actually. Yeah, you could probably Google it, but yeah, they have a shitload to do with diabetes, kidney function. First time watching, love the setup. Moved up my shop on my own soon. A lot of the setup stuff around here has just been out of like, I wouldn't say necessity, although kind of. This is exactly the same size as the screw, so my worst fears have been realized. I need to actually put a larger bit on this in order to get the screw to slide through. So I need a larger drill bit. So kidneys and diabetes, it's not that sugar goes through the kidneys, because it shouldn't. If it does, you have like ketones. There's a lot of things to do with kidney function and diabetes. If you're hyperglycemic, your body is going to start processing liquids more and more, and you need to do what's called, you basically need to flush the kidneys by drinking a lot of water. You get very thirsty when you're hyperglycemic. A lot of kidney damage can occur down the line. I would Google it, because I'm not read up on it right now. I can't give you a perfect explanation. Using an old drill bit. Big old drill bit. Get out of there. There we go. Okay, screw falls in. Tights fall up. Mites crawl down. Mites crawl up, tights fall down. Where did my screw go? Damn it. Okay, I got it. Got it. Good. Great, got it. All right, now we're breaking the index. There we go. All right, so we got a pretty bad, it's pretty badly chewed up on the underside there. Now, if I wanted to, and I kind of do want to, I could make a hole for this. Fuck, almost lost it. Make a hole for this screw right here. But oh no, you know what? I can't get an end mill in there. Never mind. We'll go back to just indexing it. Damn it. So I need to get rid of the burr on the other side. Where's my tool for that? Where did it go? I used it the other day and I didn't put it back. I got the other one right there. I guess I could use that one. I guess until I run it into it again. All right. Just use this thing on it. Little deburring tool. Tough to use because of all the material that's right here, but that just makes it soft so that I don't cut myself on that. We can come back over here. Yoink. All right, back to what we're doing. Short answer is a lot. Yeah. All right. So if I can find a longer this size screw, I don't think I can. I don't think I have that in the cards. Well, I do have a bunch of different ones. If I found a longer screw, it just means that I don't need to cut the tip off of the other one. So. Yeah, like if you get a mill, you really, first of all, you have to evaluate whether or not you need the expenditure of a mill, because that mill that I have was $1,500, and the reason that I had the money for it was because of the Reddit Millionaire Makers contest, and that's the only reason, is the Reddit Millionaire Makers contest. It's the only reason I had the money for a mill of that size. This is almost the right length. There's just not a flat pad for it to sit against, right? Look at that. Yeah, tooling, all the stuff that goes to the mill has been like a nickel and dime, like a death by 1,000 cuts for me over time. I've collected all this stuff. Everything that you guys see in front of you right now, everything in this lab has been collected over a long amount of time of me doing this kind of stuff since I was a kid. And it's awesome to see people come in with enthusiasm about outfitting themselves with a shop like this. I think that's great. but you need to really like think about how long am I going to be using this stuff for the rest of my life? Like, do I do this kind of stuff? Can I get a membership to a makerspace that'll provide me with these tools so that I can actually use them and get to know them? Because I've used and gotten to know all of these tools through previous jobs, and then ended up buying similar, if not exactly the same. The paste soldering iron was like a really expensive soldering iron, but I used it at a previous job. I used the paste station at a previous job. So I was like, I got to get that one because I like it. How am I doing this? I'm looking for a screw that is longer than this with similar threads, if not the same threads. I keep finding the same screw. But yeah, so over a long amount of time is when I collected all this stuff. It's the same thing with exercise. Gradual steps. Gradual steps. We'll see you through to the finish. It's not worth it to race to the, to race to the conclusion. It's the friends you make along the way. Come on, miscellaneous hardware bin. I know you got it. No, okay. I didn't mean like that. Come on, man. Just give me a win here, please. There's no makerspace in my whole country, so no easy access to one. And asking for a metal shop to do something for a hobby sucks and is expensive. And I'm an introvert. Yeah. You can get by with a lot of little hacky things, though, if you look to other international makers and how they get around those problems. Because those are not unique problems to this hobby. Access to a makerspace, introversion, those are all the hallmarks of this kind of hobby. Yeah, I'm going to have to use this style. Okay, so this style screw, for instance, the stuff that I'm doing today could absolutely be done with hand tools. I just happen to have a drill press that doubles as a mill, and so I'm going to use it. Not everybody has access to that sort of thing, and you don't need it. What happened to the bolt that I was using to hold this stupid thing on? What did I do with it? You can get rid of it. Oh, it's right here. Okay. It's hiding among all of the other things that look like bolts. I would really love to mill this down, but I can't really afford to. So the only way that I get enough threads, 3 threads, I forget what the calculation is for the amount of PSI or the amount of pounds 1 versus 2 versus 3 threads gets. It depends on the bolt and everything, but like it really ramps up very quickly. So 3 threads should be quite a large number. Counter bore. Look, I would love to, but I'm not gonna. I can't. First of all, I can't drop a mill directly on top of this thing. I could like make a plate out of this. I could drop this onto the vise the way that it was and mill out a lot of this material so that the ball joint's a little closer, but I'm just not gonna do it. First 3 threads hold like 95% of the load. This is like almost 3. Almost 3. But I mean, the load for a 1/4 inch by 20 screw is quite a lot, so I just don't have any other alternatives to the 1/4 inch by 20s. I don't know why I don't. I feel like I've failed my imperial roots here. If I had a countersunk screw, that would be even better, but this is good enough. All right, so that like that, and then I can drop this one in from the other side, and that'll do it for the mount. I hope. You know what? I should probably mill this. Yeah, fuck it. All right, I'm gonna mill out the other side of this thing. Just shorten it so that this ball joint can fit there. So basically what I need to do is take this whole end and just make it smaller. This thing is a truck part, you know? I got the mill, I'm gonna use it. Ah, fuck it. Ah, screw it. We'll do this the right way. Come over here to the mill with me, everybody. We got some work to do. We got a little bit of work to do. I gotta twiddle my knobs for a little while on Twitch. Twitch is usually okay with me twiddling my knobs. I got special permission from Hassan. He said, you can twiddle your knobs. And I'm like, thanks, guy. And he's like, you know, I don't work for Twitch. And I'm like, yeah, and you're not even a streamer. You're just some guy named Hassan. He's like, yep. Yeah, he works down by the, you know, he works by the Wawa. Just some random guy. Okay, yeah, let's do a little bit of this stuff. Okay. Release the drawbar. If you guys don't know, what I'm doing is I've got a castle nut wrench that works on this long castle nut. This is basically where all the force goes into the drill bit, or sorry, goes into the shuck that moves everything around. If I lower the shuck, that piece is what lowers. That's why it's so long. So that's a good place to grab onto to undo this square nut up here. And what that does is it releases a long bolt that goes all the way through everything, all the way down to the spindle that has a little tapered collar that holds on to these things. So I release it, give it a bop on the head, and then it drops out. This is mainly a tool for automation because you would know precisely what the depth of everything is because you set these up separately, and then this piece right here is indexed to the front face of this piece. So you know exactly what the heights are. So all of your programming elements, and in this case, I could probably do programming elements with the DRO. Hell, even an app for the tablet would probably do this stuff like that, but I haven't bothered to do that. But anyway, you know that height, and so your machine could just easily index into that. I don't have this thing CNC'd because I'm not made out of money. But I'm gonna put a big scary bit on it, and then I'm gonna get a parallel bar that'll hold this thing up a little bit. More or less straight up and down. We don't need to worry about it too much. I'm gonna need 2 of these. One for each side. I'm not gonna spend too much time worrying and fiddling, but if we can take a good amount of material off of this thing, then I'll be pretty happy with it. That's probably good enough. So I'm just gonna shave a couple layers off of this without measuring anything. I gotta lock the spindle. And I think this is one of my sharper bits, so. Now let's see, so I don't get a shelf. I'm gonna zero this thing. Actually, I should make sure that I've got enough room. Yeah, pretty much where the vise is where I need to cut it. All this milling makes me miss this old Tony. He's still around. Recovering. Oh, what happened to this old Tony? I didn't know that. Didn't know anything was wrong with him. I don't hear a lot of this news. I try to kind of keep my distance from other people who do this because I don't want to take on their isms, you know. I hope he's doing all right. So I'm guessing about that. I'm going to set that as X0 so that I don't develop like a weird shelf there. That'll be as accurate as the DRO allows. This aluminum cuts like butter, by the way. This stuff is just butter, butter, butter. Butter! Alright, go back to 0. And just take off more material. I'm not counting. Ooh, that's a bit of a deep cut. That might be a touch too deep. The numbers are all over the place. That was a little too deep. Wrong direction. Too deep, too deep. I'm gonna split that up into 2 cuts. Usually just like 1 turn of the knob is enough of a cut. All right, next one. 1 turn of Z. Ooh, crunchy cut. Very meaty. Meaty, meaty cut. This might be the last one. This or the next. We'll go 1 more from here. See, that's the wrong direction to cut in. There's a lot of vibration. All right, take it down to 0. Oh, that's at -22. And the tablet woke up. I gotta look at the DRO, because it's, the x-axis is not as accurate as I think it probably should be. It says -16 right now. Can you guys even, yeah, you guys can see it. That's not good. Something fucky is happening in there. Which sucks, because the x-axis DRO is like one of the more used axes that I have. All that vibration sent it all over the place. So, I mean, I've got enough space for the bolt heads now. That might be as much as I want to take off of this. I could just clean it up with a file and call it a day. I'll do 1 more. Let's do 1 more. So down 1 turn. This will be my final pass. Well, that's wandering all over the place. Oh. Maybe it's a bit meaty of a cut. That's walking all over the place. All right, nice and gentle for this pass. It's like a giant Etch-a-Sketch that can kill you. All right. Good enough. Just a little light machining between friends. Yeah, there's some very crunchy. Just a little vibration, go deeper. Yeah, right. How deep is the turn on Z? I don't know. Z -27, -26, 27.6, 26.1, about 0.5. No, actually about 1. Is it really a millimeter? The Z, you gotta keep in mind that the Z rail is on the Z axis, but the Z axis knob is a 2-to-1 ratio so that you can lift that weight. (27.5 to 26.2). Like 0.8. Hey, what's up, man? Duilios. Ah, I said it correctly this time. Okay, yeah, let's get this part out of here. It's covered in burrs that can cut my hand to shreds. So we'll get a file on this thing and I'll soften up all the edges. And then it'll bolt to this thing with all of my terrible hardware that I've been able to find in random bins. I probably shouldn't be touching these with my hands, to be honest. One day I'm going to draw a significant amount of blood by just doing what I'm doing right now. All right. You guys back over here to observe. Ooh, even the part's warm now. I squirted it with WD-40 a little bit to keep the aluminum from sticking to the end mill, but that only goes so far. I could have used actual oil to cool it off, but again, we're going fast and dirty with this part of the project. This is literally by any means, by the end of this stream, I should have no excuses as to why I'm not biking, right? It probably means that I'm going to end up mounting this thing to the bike on my own, but, you know. It's a Trek 850, I believe, mountain bike on an old fluid stand. That's just fine. Everything works just fine. The older fluid trainers are great. It just gives you just a little bit of resistance to your biking. I would love to do a whole project where I make like a stats thing that does RPM and the amount of kilowatts that I've created and all that stuff. But I'm not going to bother with that. I want to get back on the bike. That's the most important thing. Get back on the bike. Otherwise, I'm dead. That's pretty much where we're at. Oh, hell no. No. I'm not sharing my lab with other people. I don't think you understand what happens when you fund absolutely every single thing that goes into your shop. I'll absolutely allow friends and family to work on stuff if they want, but opening this up to you guys with the type of ideas that you guys flood me with? Are you kidding me? I don't think I can really get a good chamfer on this tool. I can try. That's what it's made for. The amount of liability and training that I would have to do in order to get people to spool up on my tools would be ridiculous. So no, there's no way in hell. I'm flying over to use your tools and not put them back in the right place. Yeah, right? No, they would only be able to be used by people who would fucking sue me. That's none of you. Ugh, that's ugly. Who cares? All right, so I didn't take off as much material as I really thought I did, huh? That's not that much material. But that should be enough that I can put a washer on this thing, and so that this, yeah, it's got plenty of threads. Look at that. Beautiful. As long as it fits. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. All right, anyway. Screwdriver. God fucking damn it. The screw does not go down all the way. This was, of course, going to happen. Use the other screw, which is shorter. Ah, good enough. Near enough, this makes no difference, right? Let me get a washer for this puppy. We washed the puppy. That one is going to be off by a lot, but it'll be enough to hold the screw in place. It's close enough together that... Oh, wow, that is actually on top of the screw. Interesting. We're learning a lot today. Today we learned about swear words. All right, let's see. The threads of the screw down there are kind of bad, so... It's hard enough to find where I put the thing I was just using, let alone with people moving stuff. Yeah. No, well, shortening the one screw, cutting the head off of the one that I didn't want to do. I didn't want to cut the head off of the screw. This thing is not threading in properly just because of the way the threads are on that ball joint. I messed them up. I mean, that screw fits now. if we were thinking properly, we could have done the two of those screws, and then everything would have been fine. I do have the marks, I could do it, but the hole for... Oh, wow, that's actually too far away. Okay, so this is still doable. It's just my 10 millimeter estimate was too far. So there's the big hole in the middle, and I should be able to get the big bolt to line up to it, but it's gonna be dodgy. I screwed it up. I messed it up, man. It's all kinds of screwed up. Huh. Yeah, it's too far from that. Maybe I can... Yeah, there it fits. Okay. Well, that's gonna be weird. Hey, if it's enough to hold this mount on, that's all I care about. This is not the perfect example of how one should do this. nor should one attempt... I should have a disclaimer at the beginning of the show that says nobody should attempt literally anything that I do on this stream. Really, I mean, the audience that knows enough not to do this stuff is really what I'm what I'm aiming for. All those people who are always correcting me, those are the people that do everything perfectly the first time, right? So I tighten that down a lot, and then I can actually get this thing to go in if that didn't move. It's not ideal by any means at all whatsoever, but now hold on, it moved. See, I gotta tighten both of them, and the problem is I can't tighten both of them because they're on top of one another. Screws with smaller heads would obviously solve this, but if I were ordering parts for this, I wouldn't have gotten myself into this mess. All right, loosen this a little bit more. Trying to just get the two to be in there. Hammer it in, something like that. Sometimes you just wonder why you look at chat, these things. As I tightened it down, it looks like it pushed the other piece away. There they are. All right, that's not going anywhere. That's not going anywhere. Hopefully over the course of actually biking with this thing, it doesn't loosen up and fall out. Maybe a little bit of thread locker would help with vibration, but basically I got two fasteners on this thing at any cost. One of them is horribly over to the left, and the other one doesn't quite fit. You can see that little light gap right there. One of them doesn't quite fit because of the chamfer. So whatever. All it needs to do is hold up a tablet. My mate calls them Irish nails when he hammers screws in. Says it preserves the Phillips head for undoing them later. I like that. I don't know about calling them Irish screws, but saying that it preserves the Phillips head for later extraction is pretty good. I like that. Yeah, it is what it is. We got it close enough. Horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Which is a game that I should totally play on stream. Ah! Oh! Okay, everybody be calm. I've got too many screw bins out right now. There's an upper limit. All right, so in terms of mounting it to the bicycle, I should say, in terms of mounting it to the bike, if I call it a bike, that triggers motorcyclists. So anything to trigger those guys. I hate motorcycles. I hate to tell chat that because it's gonna set some people off, but I fucking hate motorcycles. I'll say it, I hate them. Not just because they're loud. I've had friends die on them before, so that's fun. I have a reason to fucking hate those things. You should have the motor surrounding you instead of the other way around. Anyway. Oh, bothers hot take for the day. This sucks. This is like the worst mechanical engineering thing I've ever seen in my entire life. But we did it. That'll hold. That'll hold the two bolts there. Really could use like something countersunk there and maybe get the distance right next time. I kind of measured it and said, this is fine. And then I put it up onto the milling machine. It was good enough, right? Well, not really. It wasn't really good enough, but it's fine. That'll hold up a tablet. It'll hold up a Nintendo Switch, which is all I really intend for this thing to do. So this will clamp onto the ends of the Switch, if not just the screen of the Switch. Probably the whole thing. Do I want to be holding it like this? I probably will want to have the controllers in my hands, and then hopefully have a place to put my elbows. But I do also have grips on the very side of the bike. I don't think I'm going to be doing any more horrible modifications to the thing. I mean, push comes to shove, I can just put a tablet there and watch YouTube. It used to be that I would open up a Red Letter Media video and I would watch that while biking. And when the Red Letter Media video was over, an hour and 45 minutes for their short videos, I would be good to go. You know, keep yourself entertained during the whole nonsense of biking around. This'll do. What I'll do is I'll find some of the rubber inserts that go into this thing and figure out where I'm putting it. No. Yeah, stationary bike. It's on a fluid trainer. It's on a little, God, I forget the company. They've been around for a long time, which makes sense because I bought it like 15 years ago. But anyway, they've been around for a long time, and basically it's just like a rolling drum that the bike sits up against, and it provides you with a little bit of resistance. Okay, so Anthony 4. The thing about installing the controllers in the bike handles means, basically that means that I will not be biking tomorrow, and that's bad. I like motorbikes, but I see my dad crash too many times. Yeah, man, I'm not a fan. I believe that the vehicle should surround the driver. I know there's a certain love affair that people have with literally straddling a motor and riding it around and having all these explosions in their crotch. But that's not me, and I hate that. I hate that because mechanically and in terms of survivability, it's just wrong. If you're into it, look, I'm not gonna berate you, but people call you an organ donor. People at hospitals. All right, anyway. Casey is in a explosions in my crotch. I'm here. Who's been talking about me? What's up, Casey8515? All right, so I think that'll do. I mean, that's pretty good, right? I don't know. In terms of like overall engineering, it's a little dubious, but I got 2 fasteners in it. That was the goal. I'm heavy and running sucks. I like my stationary bike better. Today went 45 minutes. Yeah, that's my deal. That's my dealio. At some point when I get the stationary bike going long enough, and I start to actually see dividends off of that, I am going to get into contact with the friend, St. Wiggly, if you guys are interested. He's my buddy. We could probably go back to going to the gym in the mornings, but Delta's kind of fucked up right now, and it's ruining a lot of plans. And so if I'm going to be stuck here any longer, I'm going to be getting some exercise because I don't want to share all my health things with chat like exclusively. I mean, I know we get Sherry here, but there's just some stuff related to being fat that's sounding a little bit serious and a little bit borderline serious, and so I'm fucking done. I'm done being heavy. I'm done being fat. So we're gonna get back to exercising. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Yeah, hail or high water rather. Ready to go. Let me get the rubber stuff for this just so I have it. Where did I put that? I think it's in this bin. No, nope. I gotta find the rubber inserts for those things because I don't want to mark up my bike. I don't want to mar it up. Hold on, I gotta do the contortionist thing real quick. Get deep into all of the stuff that I have in these bins. Try to find the rubbly inserts. I think they're in here with all the Keurig stuff. The high water part is coming. I'm not in New Orleans, but I have heard from Dewey. They're doing okay. Their property did okay in spite of all the flooding. He doesn't know when he's going to move back, though. Every now and then he's been appearing in chat, and I'm like, why aren't you evacuating? But I guess he's with family or friends. I don't know which one it was. But yeah, I think that shit passed right over Dewey. Pretty crazy. Oh, and then I find the smaller one that was probably more appropriate to use. Okay. Okay, cosmic, whatever. Oh, you gotta keep making fun of me like this. I may have to just use like tape or something. These rubber inserts are for the smaller one. I have 2 sizes of these things somehow. They're actually kind of useful, to be honest. Actually pretty useful for mounting stuff to tubes. But these are all the smaller size. What happened to the bigger ones? They throw them out? They put them in a plastic bag? Not in that plastic bag. This is the problem with knowing what's in your shop. I mean, push comes to shove, I can get some silicone pads that I have and use those. This is a piece of the smaller one. Push might come to shove. There might be pushing and shoving tomorrow when I try to configure this thing. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that. I'll deal with that tomorrow. AM when I go to bike. My go-to replacement for those rubber things is an old inner tube off of a bike. Yeah, I guess that would work well enough. I feel like I've got the right thing somewhere. This is not the somewhere. Like if I look harder, I could probably find the right thing. I don't know what happened to it, and I have vague memories of being like, I should throw that out. So that's what worries me. I'm like, maybe I threw them out, but these are meant for the smaller ones, and I put one of the larger ones on there because I figured I would be putting this mount on the large part of the fork. No, I didn't use it. The tablet project is screwed in directly using the stock plate because I wasn't able to get those screws off. Where I used them was more than likely on attaching the pedals to my desk chair, the pedals for the racing setup. That's probably where I used them. And maybe... This is a non-alert. This is a you were hyperglycemic 2 hours ago, test your BG. No, look, it's right there. That's where it is. What are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Get back. I hate it when this thing beeps at me pointlessly. Yeah, so anyway, I believe that those rubber pads I might have gotten rid of. I have vague memories of doing that. I'm not sure if I did that or not. I don't know. I don't know where they would be otherwise. They should have been in there. Not in that one. So, all right. That being said, I've got generic... Here, where are those things? Yeah, generic silicone rubber pads that I can cut these up and I can make, you know, no scratch inserts for this. And that'll be that. All right, so 2 things we got done today. 2 things we got done today. 1, I got pissed off at chat. That's normal. Just normal, just, you know, usual kind of stuff. Got angry at you guys because you came up with all these inane, stupid, harebrained ideas. We got a wonderful raid from CosmoQuest-X. Veronica Kira was here for a little while. It was awesome. Great to see you guys. I love that you guys are like constantly with the raids. It's great. Anybody on this channel who's curious about like news about what's going on in space, check out that channel. It's CosmoQuest-X, all one word. Definitely want to check it out. When aren't you angry at chat? When they're not talking, and then I'm like, where'd chat go? And then I get angry, and then they leave. And then I'm like, where'd chat go? Being a streamer is fickle as fuck, isn't it? Anyway. Never take it personally, chat. Yeah, so we got parts for the RC car, right? I closed Fusion because it was slowing the computer down a little bit, so I can't show you. We did the design, the cleanup of the timeline. You gotta have a clean timeline. If Marvel, I hate to reference Marvel stuff because they do seem like they're on kind of the downswing. But their TV stuff, at least Loki, was really good. And every time I talk about fusion360, I start talking about the timeline. So it bears resemblance that you would sit there and maintain your timeline, and then I make some reference to some pop culture thing so that I can justify my purchase of the services that they're on, and then write it off on my taxes. Hello, Mr. IRS. This is the part of the video that I was showing you. Anyway, so fusion360, we did a little bit keeping the timeline clean, and making sure that parts go in there properly so that in the end render, everything can be nice and clean and functional, right? Keeper of Maps loves your stream and suggests it for raid often. Ah, that's awesome. I appreciate that, Keeper of Maps. I really do. That's super cool. We try to play it a little fast and loose with the engineering around here, and that ends us with shit like this, which is the second thing we did, which is making a tablet mount for the bike in such a way that it's not going to immediately disintegrate. It's going to be able to hold the weight. Yeah, let's put more quotes, just one set of quotes around engineering. I don't think is enough around here. Anyway, it's enough to hold the weight. This thing could probably hold up a lot more than you would realize. I just need to make sure that this mount can fit onto the fork without scratching the paint. The only reason I want to preserve the paint on that... How old is that bike? Guys, that might be a 20-year-old bike. I might have a bike that's older than some of the people who watch the stream. When did the Trek 850 come out? Is it an 850? I think it is. That's not it. I don't know. It might not be an 850. It's just what I remember. $1997. No, that's 18850. No, Trek 850. I don't think I got this in 97. I might have gotten it in 2000. 850 goes back to the 80s? Oh, shit. Mine was the one with a center fork. The one singular, like, nitrogen center fork. And I think I got it in 2000. Maybe 2002, if we're being generous. Maybe 2004. If we're being very generous, it was maybe 2004. It's an old fucking bike. It's been good to me, though. Put a lot of stuff on it. Like, you know, comfort stuff. It's older than the wiki. Yeah. God damn it. But anyway, my ancient mountain bike, I'm going to get that running again, and this will be able to put a tablet or a Nintendo Switch on it with a little bit better mounting. The way that I did it previously was I took aluminum bars and I sort of brazed them together and like folded them and bent them to make just like a rickety sort of like holder mount. It didn't really work out all that well. It kind of worked. So having something a little bit more presentable is going to be really nice. What are we going to work on Thursday? Well, I got some parts in. We can start working on Burn the Subs. You see, what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting on parts. I've got 2 weeks until, maybe 2 weeks if we're lucky, until circuit boards get here. Jesus tits. Octojay just subscribed for 49 months. Yeah, 1 from 50. Talk about being old or ancient. Holy shit, man. 49 months, dude. Let's put that 49 months up on the board. That is special. Yeah, 4 years. 2018 is approximately when I started. Hoping to get back to my 2018 weight. There it goes. 49-month sub. Holy shit, Octojay. That's super special. That is super duper special. It's going to be on the exact opposite side of the board, isn't it? Where I'm going to have trouble positioning the camera. Yep, that's where it goes. All the way over here. 4 years and this is what you get? Jeez. That's rough, buddy. Ooh, I heard a big thud. Like one of the axes skipped or something. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 49 months and this is the camera angle. Jeez. Octojay, welcome to the board. You're near angry lady. And thank your mom for me. Sorry, that was Wham Bam, thank your mom for me. Bunch of other names too. I think since the internet became popular, the quantity of information available has gone up, but the quality's gone down. A little bit of both. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Back in the day, you would find a Windows 95 style website. It would look like Hyperspace Traveler, that game. You know, you were there. I never did Windows 3.1 on the internet. I started, I believe, in Windows. Ooh, what was that version? Probably 95. I never did 3.1. I was a Mac at that point. But then, you know, Windows 95 rolls around and people start getting internet access. All the websites you saw on there were people voluntarily putting their time and effort into sharing information. Hosting, I believe, was cheap or free or very, very cheap back then. GeoCities was big for being a free host. You get all kinds of crazy, terrible things. And then people started to make web pages for like their school and stuff. Yeah, through like AngelFire. They started to make like, hey, my name is, you know, blah, and I'm into this and that, and I like this and that. And those got more and more popular. And yeah, I mean, more and more people got to the internet, and so more information started to become shared. And it all started to balloon on itself. And so the relevance of the information that was available on the internet kind of dwindled, but that doesn't mean that it's still not out there. There's still a lot of really good information on the internet, and you can trust a lot of it. Just keep away from certain types of information. I don't know. I don't know. It's tough to weigh in on all that, because I mean, even though I was there, it's not like I noted it or noticed it or kept tabs on it at all. Technical information on the internet is still out there, though. A lot of the technical information that's going to bring you to the 21st century, the foundation of that are things like, for instance, one of my favorite websites, antennatheory.com. So if you're getting into RF electronics, this thing has been untouched for what looks like 30 years. But it gives you all kinds of very informative stuff while also destroying your retina with its color scheme. But yeah, that kind of stuff. Anyway, I'm done for the day. I am stream no more. I am watch my own stream now for infinite regression. Oh my God. Who the hell is that? What is he doing over there? This is ridiculous. I can't, this is unsustainable. Oh dear God, I'm gonna break everything. I'm gonna break everything. All right. I think I'm done for the day. Let's oh God, okay, let's game it out. We're gonna raid Let's Game It Out. Let's Game It Out usually streams on weekends, and that's when I'll end up watching him. But he does just interesting game content. So we're gonna jump into a long drive stream. And it's probably gonna be like 10 hours. I don't think it's gonna be a short stream by any means. He usually just streams to fill the day. But Josh of Let's Game It Out does a lot of really cool stuff, breaking games, and the long drive is one of those games. Oh, I want to stream it. I bought it to stream. One of these days I'm going to stream it. But I just got here. Well, I didn't. So let's do that. Let's game it out. Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you for the end card. I'm going to be back on Thursday. We're going to figure out what to work on. It might be burn the subs. We'll see. I'm waiting on parts. All right. It's yeah, they did a bunch of updates and you can do like picture in picture, but the way that he plays is he's basically ferrying gold bars from one point to the other. So most of what you're going to see on this stream is him counting gold bars. So anyway, enjoy, and I will see you guys on Thursday. Have a good one.